Good morning, everyone. I just realized it was a little past 9:30, so I'd like to open the subcommittee meeting hearing on HB 1766, dealing with the RSA 644:8, relative to the cruelty of livestock. And I'm going to wait a few minutes to let Representative Bixby get settled. And I picked up your amendments. Clear.
So, turns out when you said I picked up your amendment, that was very good information because I realized I forgot to check the box off on the other one.
Okay, we're going to get started here. There are some copies on the table over there for the public. If they like to see the amendment, it is 2026-0985H. So Representative Bixby and Representative Kenny, I think I sent it all to you. I'm not sure if you've had a chance to look at the final wording, and if we want to go through it again. What is your pleasure?
Okay. Yeah, so just looking at this quickly, I thought that we were going to be breaking out a separate section for the livestock. I'm not sure, did that happen?
I told them to put it into a new subsection. That was what the email said. So I'm just looking here, and it doesn't look like. Well, let's see. Let's just take a look at it. It does say down further on line 26, new paragraphs, cruelty to animals, livestock.
Oh, I see what's happening.
So, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So why don't we just take a look and see how they've done this?
I see how they did it. So the in section 1 and 2, what they're doing is they are separating livestock out from other animals.
Correct.
And then in 3 and presumably 4, they are then putting the new sections in. Okay.
Okay, and then I did have them amend another section at one point. So, where it says veterinarian assistant, those were just pure amendments. So
Yeah.
on page 4, 15.
Right. And that's just the hold harmless stuff.
Right.
Okay.
So I'll give everyone a few minutes just to read through it, just to
Yeah.
make sure. Okay, great. Representative Kenny?
What is the veterinarian assistant? Was that the part of the designee?
So which page are you looking on, please?
On 4.
Okay, so that, you have to go above. That's a different section, so it doesn't deal with when someone's being charged or temporary custody. That's different. That's where we talked about designee.
Oh, okay.
Okay. This talks about it was. We'll just have to change your name tag if you just want to grab it. No, they put you back over here. So we weren't sure. So please.
Linda.
I'm going to read it because if I read it one more time, I don't think I'm going to. Representative Hopkins, we're looking over the amendment the subcommittee is going to be voting on. So, this one. Yes. You're welcome. Agriculture bills took up a large portion of my vacation. Just going to throw that out there.
But you just sat in the sun on the beach and worked on it, right?
No, I don't sit on beaches. Swimming in the ocean is more like it. Snorkeling.
Snorkeling. Then you get both the reflection off the water and the sun.
That looks good.
Well, thank you, Representative Bixby.
I didn't have any doubt that what you sent them was good, but but it's good to see that it was appropriately rendered.
Well, thank you. Does anyone have any further discussion on this bill or?
I think it's good to go.
Okay.
I think it covered everything really well.
Okay. Representative
Madam
Haskins?
Chair, I think that the municipalities were bearing the cost in the original bill. And this,
Well, this has to do, we do have a cost of care fund that we have established for municipalities. And if you'd like to ask the commissioner, he could probably answer that question a little bit better for you.
Commissioner, if you would please.
Nice.
Yes, so is there a specific question?
Well, am I correct in saying that the original bill, by the way, have you had a chance to look at this?
I have.
Okay.
Yes.
So did not the original bill put the burden on the municipalities?
I don't believe so, because any animals that are seized are eligible to be reimbursed. The towns can be reimbursed by applying to the cost of care fund. and that's in a separate section of law, so I don't think there needs to be any language. The only thing, if the animals are surrendered, they are not then eligible for cost of care.
Right.
Oh, but when they are seized, taken into custody, they would be eligible.
Follow up. Has the cost of care fund been sufficient thus far?
It has, thankfully. We did have a few relatively large cases that seems to have slowed down. And even though we have not been able to fund it beyond 25,000 a year in this biennium, it was funded at a high enough level that so far we're looking like we'll be able to maintain the fund. And I've been probably not getting more than 3 applications a quarter now, so
Thank you.
things are going well.
All set.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Think we time for a motion?
I think so. I would like to move the adoption of Amendment 20260985H.
I will second that.
Thank you, Representative Bixby.
Can do that on a voice vote.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Ask for any opposed.
Any opposed?
Okay.
Seeing none. So the amendment is adopted. Shall we make a recommendation then to OTPA? I'll make a motion to OTPA HB 1766 with Amendment 0985H.
I'll second that.
Thank you again, Representative Bixby. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion is adopted. Thank you very much. And I'm going to adjourn the subcommittee meeting.
We'll be getting underway shortly. Let's see. Okay. Okay, I guess we are missing Representative Wheeler, Representative Potenza. I know that Representative Howard, Sofakaitis, and Representative King will not be with us.
Catherine says you couldn't make it. She's
Yeah, she sent me an email.
this morning.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
sent it to you as well.
Okay, I haven't checked
Yeah,
email this
okay,
morning, so.
all right, no worries.
And Molly said it's not make, said she couldn't make it either.
Okay, all right. Good to know. All right, let us get underway. I would ask Representative Freeman to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, as was published in our agenda for today, we are going to start off the morning with a short presentation introduction from our very newly minted new state veterinarian who's taken the place of Dr. Crawford. And I would like the committee to please give a warm welcome again to Dr. Prescott, who will be formally introducing himself to us. I know he's come here a few times to testify, but we would like to have a formal introduction with our new state veterinarian. He can tell you a little bit about himself, his background, what he is, what his duties are as state veterinarian, and perhaps any plans that he has in mind for the department. So welcome, Dr. Prescott, and the microphone's yours.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Aaron and committee members. Thank you very much for the chance to introduce myself. I'm happy to be here. My name is Dr. Mark Prescott. I am a veterinarian. I'm the new state veterinarian. I'm originally from Bartlett, New Hampshire, and in my teen years we moved down to southern New Hampshire, the Seacoast area. So went to my schooling here in New Hampshire, and then for university I went out to California, University of California at Berkeley. Was a English and forestry major there. I like to read books, and my father was always on the practical side, so I was a forester as well. So I think coming from New Hampshire, that seemed practical, especially being from Bartlett. That's there's a lot of forestry work there. After my, I worked for USDA as a Forest Service employee for a short period of time and was RIFed under the Clinton administration, which means reduction in force. So I found myself not sure what to do, did some substitute teaching here in New Hampshire for a little while, and then joined the Peace Corps. I served 2 years in Lesotho, which is a tiny little country in southern Africa. It's a unique place. It's the country with the highest low point in the world, which is about 5,200 feet. And it's one of 2 countries that are completely surrounded by another country. One is the Vatican, and Lesotho is completely surrounded by South Africa. So just random things. But that's one of the goals of Peace Corps, that you educate Americans about the countries that you visit. So Lesotho was, it was also at the time the poorest country in the world, so it was a pretty difficult tour time for a couple of years for someone from New Hampshire to see a lot of starvation, and it was hard to see. Came back, went directly to vet school at Tufts, graduated from Tufts in 1999, practiced veterinary medicine in the Seacoast area, small animal, did a little bit of small ruminant work. And then had an opportunity to join USDA and did meat inspection for a while. And after that, had an opportunity to move over to APHIS, which is the Animal Plant Health Inspection Service, which is sort of the animal equivalent of the CDC. So whenever there are diseases that are found, you're called out and do that. And I was stationed here in New Hampshire at the Annex building as the or the federal veterinarian for the state of New Hampshire. So I worked with Cliff McGinnis at the time, and then when Steve was hired in, I took him around to farms and things like that. So I was able to introduce him to some of New Hampshire farmers. After that, I was offered the opportunity to serve our country overseas. So I spent about 20 years in various countries throughout the world, mostly trying to get access for U.S. agriculture and set up the requirements for animal and plant health that allow us to sell our goods overseas, but also because trade is a two-way street, also working with countries if they wanted to access the U.S. market. Retired from that in last fall. Decided that after 20 years being overseas and other personal concerns, health concerns for some of my family members, etc., I was done with being international, and so Steve called me when this job came up, and since I'd known him for a long time, he knew my background, etc., and said, "Hey, you should apply." And I was very fortunate to be selected, and so this is a great opportunity. I was asked, why, bless you, why when the job came open, when Cliff was retiring, why I didn't apply. And I told him at the time I was young, didn't have the experience, I hadn't supervised people, I hadn't really had that much opportunity. I didn't feel that I would be able to serve the state of New Hampshire in the way that I felt the state deserved to be served. So I feel, once again, like I said, very fortunate that that job happened to come open, and now I've had the opportunity to supervise, run offices, locations where I had 15 offices and 300 plus employees, and deal with a lot of complexity. So I feel like I do have a lot to offer, and connections in the federal government, which are helpful in times of emergency and other things. So as far as my vision for the office, please, if anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask. Lecturing is a little strange, but my life will lay it out in front of me. I should probably say I am married. My wife, I met her in vet school. She's also a veterinarian. She works at Dover Vet Hospital in the Seacoast area, and I have a son and a daughter. My son recently graduated from the U.S. Naval Academy and is going to be a submariner. And my daughter is taking college courses and trying to figure out what next. So she doesn't have a grand plan yet, which is stressful. But I told her at 19, you don't have to have life figured out. So, but for me, my goal I feel that agriculture is very important to New Hampshire. And I grew up on a farm in Bartlett. It was just a subsistence farm. But I feel that the kids, we're seeing tremendous amounts of anxiety, depression, go on the thing. And I think a lot of it is a separation from things around them, separation from each other, separation from the land, etc. And the kids that I know that come from farms and farm families, they're the most grounded people. And so I feel that we've lost that connection. And so if I can find ways, or however I can in the state vet's job, just reaching out, that is an area that is a particular interest of mine. And I do feel that it's why agriculture is so important. People understanding where our food comes from, when understanding the connection to the land. And I think that as a society, that is one of the reasons why we sometimes don't get along, as we forget that we're connected and all that. It helps. Yeah. And that grounding, I think, is very important. So that was something that really interested me. And then also giving back. I feel very fortunate to have grown up in New Hampshire and having lived all over the world, I can tell you New Hampshire's an amazing place to be. We should all be thankful every day. So.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that introduction. You've seen a lot of the world, and that's wonderful. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, I'd like to welcome you to the Department of Agriculture and helping run the state of New Hampshire in one particular domain. So this might not be something you have an answer to yet, but do you have any thoughts about the shortage of large animal vets?
Sure. It's not a problem. It's not just a New Hampshire problem. You know, it's unfortunately the way our vet schools are and the finances around it make it very, very difficult to find and have people who want to and also have the financial ability to work in rural areas. I know that we have the fortune of being able to apply for areas because we have a lot of rural areas, and so there is some federal support. I know that we've also, I believe, some of the members here were able to pass some legislation to allow for some licensing, some temporary licensing changes that also allowed the state of New Hampshire to address that, meaning we have people, some of the foreign graduates, et cetera, so we're able to take advantage of that situation.
That was my bill.
Well, thank you for that.
And I actually recently I went to my veterinarian with my dog for a checkup, and got to meet the doctor who was attending for my dog. Was one of those foreign vets with a conditional license, and he thanked me for
Fantastic.
for passing, getting that in submitted and passed, because he said if it weren't for that, he said he wouldn't be able to be doing what he's doing. So it was pretty eye-opening and rewarding for me, especially since firsthand he is examining my dog and for her checkup, and that was pretty cool. And,
Yeah.
and the veterinarian clinic that I do go to, they've hired I think 2 or 3 actually, and it's really helped them be able to serve the population in a better way than they have been able to.
Yeah, I do think that might be an advantage that New Hampshire has in some ways. I hate to say that because a lot or the majority of our veterinary school candidates seem to be coming from more urban, suburban areas with less connection to agriculture. So even those that are graduating, the numbers are fewer. And so some of our foreign graduates, that's not the case. They come from a place where food and agriculture is still a primary driver in their economy in the countries that they're coming from. And so that's important. I remember when I was in Brazil, my State Department colleagues would call me in and say, why every meeting do they want to talk about like cows and cheese? Like, why do our counterparts in Brazil, like why they're talking about soybeans? Like, we want to talk about nuclear weapons. And I was like, because it's still 60% of the economy at that time. This is every voter, everyone. The agriculture is first and foremost and primary, and what they worry about. And in the U.S., that's not the case. A lot of our people just don't have that exposure and that thought.
Oh, Representative Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. And I just want to say I want to thank you for the time you spent in the Peace Corps. I think that is one of the coolest things America ever did. And I think it's wonderful that you would literally give years of your life to try to help other people. You should be very proud. I'm very proud that you did that for, in terms of being a representative of the United States.
Sure. Thank you.
What are the unique issues for New Hampshire that you see as a state vet? And are there any issues that you can think that we should be addressing as a legislative body?
It's a good question. I think, and this is a problem, it's not just, once again, sorry, but I guess it's not uniquely New Hampshire, but I think the housing push in New Hampshire and the desire to put a house in every field is a difficult situation that we deal with, in that we're dealing with a tremendous loss of farmland. And it's I don't know if we have the ability under conservation easements or conservation pressure, like being able to offer farmers an opportunity to keep that land in use some way. It's, I guess I'd put that back on you folks. You're probably a lot more creative that way and probably had a lot more discussions about it. But I know from talking to the farmers, it's one of the problems they have, even if they want to increase the size of their farm or their children want to farm, their opportunities are limited in terms of the land, where they used to be able to lease land or used to be able to, and it's being considered for development. And I talked with one farmer who had actually paid money to lease land, and the person started development in the middle and just, well, you can, I'll give you your money back. He's like, well, I spread my manure and everything. Like, I prepared the land for my crops and everything. Like, I've now put all these resources in, and it just doesn't happen, because the pressure, because housing is, I guess, because the cost of living and, otherwise that economic pressure. But, that I think it's probably not uniquely New Hampshire, but because it is certainly a significant problem.
I have a question as to, are you involved in any research projects at this time? And have you published any papers or, done anything like that?
At this time, no. I know that there's potentially the opportunity. We have our UNH veterinarians at the New Hampshire Veterinary Diagnostic Lab. I've met with them. Dr. Needle, I actually owe him an email on a couple of studies, but to potentially more dealing with the interaction between wildlife and our domestic animals and spread of certain diseases. I'm supportive of it, but I will admit I left the research field. I found it frustrating. I didn't like writing for money for grants that much. I was successful for it, but
Okay.
I got the grants and I liked doing the research, but then the whole pressure that things had to come out a particular way or whatever, and it wasn't my cup of tea. So left academia. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey.
And so what are some of the things that you'd like to see perhaps streamlined or changed about the state veterinarian's office or their operations?
Sure.
Are there things that you see that could probably be done differently or better, or like some other state does it, or?
Sure. I'll say that I am new, so I haven't had an opportunity to really determine some of those things. But I also consider myself very fortunate that I'm following Dr. Crawford. He, from what I've seen, did an excellent job, and really the staff are fantastic. So I'm very lucky. I also know that I'm fortunate that Commissioner Jasper has an open door policy. I know from talking with some of my other counterparts throughout the region, that's not nearly as much so. So I have the ability to go in and anytime, as does my staff, and feel very fortunate that way. If I had my choice, I would like it if my staff could spend more time on agriculture and agriculture issues and less on pet vending. But I'll just put that out there that it is a very important thing, and it's an important part of what we do. And I certainly recognize that some of our funding comes from that, to pay for some of those positions. But it seems like it's a small amount of funding for a lot of work, and that means we have less time to focus on some of our animal health issues that I would like my staff to be able to focus on.
Representative Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I don't mean to squeeze you on this, but what's your feelings on HB 396? Are you familiar with that bill? Which kind of, in a nutshell, alleviates some of the regulations for meat processing and in raising food to go to select cut operations without necessarily the FDA being involved.
Representative Wheeler, can you please take your seat? I'm waiting for a phone call. Oh, okay. Sure. Sure.
From my, I guess I do have some concerns. I'm not overly familiar with the bill, but my initial readings upon it, that it could potentially put New Hampshire citizens at risk for violating federal law, and asking them to sign a waiver was my understanding that was being requested. And I certainly wouldn't want to put New Hampshire citizens at risk. So that would be my initial thought on that.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Dr. Prescott? Well, we certainly thank you for coming and this morning. I know you were probably supposed to be skiing with your brother, is what I understood. But but in any case, we really appreciate you coming in and giving us a little bit more of a personal glimpse into your background and talking about these different issues. And thank you for being here.
Thank you for the chance to come in and introduce myself. And please, if anyone has any questions or things, I'm more than happy and to talk about anything and support New Hampshire agriculture. So thank you very much.
All right, sure. Thank you. All right. All right. So with that, we are going to open up our committee work session on, we have 10 bills ahead of us here. These are the last 10 House bills that we have. So congratulations for making it this far. We've had all our hearings, and we have these 10 bills which we must exec out today because we have the deadline of the 5th. And so why don't we begin our discussions on HB 1189, which is establishing a solid waste site evaluation committee. Representative Bixby, you are the prime sponsor of the bill, and you do have an amendment to bring to us. So what my intention is for us to go down the line for each of these bills, discuss the amendments, and then exec the bill. So take it away, Representative Bixby.
All right, so we had a pretty thorough discussion of 1189 last week, and the excuse me, there were a few points where some amendment was requested, and thank you for Representative Potenza for tracking down some of the key things that needed a little bit of work, and Representatives Potenza and Aaron and I had a conference call last Friday to hammer out a bunch of those amendments, and I'm going to see if I can point them out, but if I miss something, I hope that Representative Potenza will help me out on this. Let's see. So one of the points that we wanted to clarify was in terms of membership, and one of the things that we added was that no member or any member of his or her family shall receive income from entities that own, operate, or have applied to operate major solid waste disposal facilities in New Hampshire. So that's one key element in terms of membership. And let's see, there was one other thing we did there, which
There was a question about new landfills or expansions of landfills.
Right, so that was, let's see. Having just picked this up quite recently, I haven't, sort of marked it up or anything, so, let's see. There was.
I know that there were also some, were there wording or typographical errors or
Yeah,
something?
so
that
there were a couple of typos. So one of them was just making sure that it's at the beginning that it's 189 instead of 149 instead of 49.
Right.
And then let's see, there was something about whether it was a subsection or a division at some point.
Oh, yeah. What did OLS help you with that?
I haven't seen I haven't had a chance to check back and see how they resolved it, but I don't think that's probably, I mean, I'm sure they picked the right thing. So
They used subdivision.
okay, great.
Yeah, so
Okay.
you already, yeah, so the
Great.
second change that was made, the first one was just a 1 on the
Okay.
149.
Yep.
The second change on page 2, which was the difference, is on line 12. They chose subdivision.
Okay, so actually, Kelly, Representative Potenza, would you be willing to, you know this bill a little bit, and you've gone over it more thoroughly than I have recently, so maybe you can point out the spots that we
yeah,
amended.
I can pop in. Okay, so let's go to line, basically it starts off how the committee is established, so it's page 2 and line 23. The changes that were made, if you go to line 31, the commissioner of the department, wait a minute, whoops, excuse me, sorry, it's actually, there we go, excuse me, line 36. With expertise or experience in environmental protection, health, or science is one change. There was a whole laundry list there before, and we just kind of brought that down to make it so it was very succinct. And then based upon feedback, just so the committee stays very balanced and fair, with industry, of course, and the environment and human health. If you go to page 3, line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 has all been added. So at any given time, there shall not be more than 2 members of the committee with current or past employment, contract work, or consulting services in the private waste management industry. And then F, no member of the committee may be an employee or contractor of an entity that owns or operates an existing or planned major solid waste disposal facility, or an entity that has applied to own or operate a major solid waste disposal facility.
And that's meant to evade the possibility of conflict of interest?
Correct.
Yeah.
Exactly. If this committee is going to be, in a sense, completely unbiased and all of that, in looking at projects, we need to make sure that they are not employed by the company that wants the project.
Yeah.
So,
And that was that language was sort of based on some language that the Conservation Law Foundation suggested, and then we, mostly meaning Kelly, worked on that a little bit more to make it clearer and more and to the point.
yeah, so it was less, so we made it so it was less ambiguous, 1. And 2, the another reason for that is having that in there, let's just say, there's a project and someone feels as if there was that, this kind of solidifies us, I think puts the guardrails up that help us, so the state doesn't get sued, to be honest. So then we go to, let's see, what's next? Come on.
There's on page 7, I think, unless there's something before that.
Yeah, two.
So on page 7, there were starting. So the area in question starts at line 17. So sections 12 and 13 and 14. Section Roman 12 says that the department shall conduct a review of the application information submitted pursuant to RSA 149 M72(3) and C to determine if the facility has demonstrated it satisfies criteria in 149 M11(3), and that is the public benefit requirement, which is already existing, and then the department reports that. So we added a new 13 here, which is the committee may deny a certificate based on the department's findings in a relationship to 149 M11. And just as a bit of orientation, this section here is the section that talks about when what is being submitted during the application process as opposed to the final review. So there are a couple of places where in the application process there are red flags that it does not make sense to go further with it. And one of those red flags is if it doesn't meet the public benefit analysis as assessed by the department. The second red flag is in 14, and this is not actually amended from the original bill, but it's worth pointing out, which is that the committee may deny a certificate based on the criteria in RSA 149 M9, Roman 9, and that's the section that says that you can't hire felons, or that a felon cannot be, or someone who is grossly underqualified to take on a project like this. You cannot that they cannot be hired as a manager of a solid waste facility. So if someone fails to meet those criteria, then the committee can reject the application at the outset, as opposed to waiting for the final review.
Yeah,
Can
just
I ask,
to-
I'm sorry, real quick. Thank you, Representative. So with regard to 149 M11, that you said that's the public benefit one, right? So basically, if they determine initially that there's no capacity need, right?
Correct.
That's the capacity need issue, right?
Correct.
And then it just stops.
Exactly.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Representative, for going through this whole thing. This piece, when we worked on this together, how it was written before, kind of was really hard to understand, kind of like double speak, double negatives in a sense. So now it's very clean and references back to the beginning of the bill, the bill. Yep. Mm-hmm.
So there's a the one that references back the one that references back. It has to do with the green fields and brown fields.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Anyway, I'd like to, isn't that RSA talked about in the beginning as well, though? Isn't there? Yeah.
Well, that's I forget exactly where that one comes up, but
Yeah, isn't it?
I
Yeah.
think that's actually in.
That's what I thought. Yeah. It's page 1, line.
Well, so there in the declaration of purpose.
Yes.
It clearly states that the general court prefers a new landfill to be developed in expansions of existing permitted landfills or brownfield sites instead of greenfield sites.
Correct.
And there was a point which I think we haven't gotten to yet, where we then reference back to that instead of having a bunch of complicated language.
Yes. We're on page 7 now, but we did skip something on page 6, so I just want to go back
Okay.
to that real quick.
Yeah.
So so this is line 23. So it's actually J and K, both of those there. How these were kind of written before, we're missing some things. So right now it reads, provide a reasonable amount of information relative to how new contaminants, is that it?
Yeah, yes.
New contaminants concerned not regulated by the permit issued by the department will be monitored, evaluated, and managed over the proposed life of the facility. And then provide a reasonable, provide a reasonable amount of information relative to the potential economic harms. We put harms in there instead of impact of the proposed project on the local area, affected municipalities, the region, the state, and potential infrastructure deterioration. And then we did the exact same under K, so they were very separate. One talks about the harms and the other one talks about the benefits, and we still put, you know, the same kind of laundry list in there of local area, affected municipalities, the region, the state, and potential infrastructure improvements. So
Is it correct to say that the bulk of this bill to begin with was what the governor initially proposed for her siting evaluation committee?
yes, 100%.
Yeah, yeah, okay. So there were just some adjustments made here and there to kind of clarify things or better organize it and perhaps, you know, lend to a better way to evaluate this, whatever site that they're looking at, or that's before them. Are there any other additions with this amendment that you want to discuss?
There were a couple other things that, let's see, I think there was,
It was page 12, line 20, I think was something I remember you discussing, traffic and transportation
yes.
impacts, right?
Yes.
That was, I mean, which is obviously reflected in other places
Right.
as well, but in terms of the list of adverse impacts, I recollect that was one of the things Representative Potenza wanted to include.
Yeah, so there was some I think in a previous version of this, I think actually it might have been in the House Bill 2 version, there was a reference in that list of impacts to greenhouse gases, and we decided that transportation fit the bill better for that because it really covers a broader range of potential impacts than just greenhouse gases. And although greenhouse gases are some factor in transportation, there are a lot of other transportation factors, I mean, like road degradation and whatnot, that also need to be weighed in. So transportation, I think, covers that more thoroughly and effectively.
Okay.
And
Any other questions from members of the committee? Representative Scully?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was actually wanted to just ask Director Wimsatt if he believes passing this bill will improve the process.
Certainly, Director Wimsatt, if you would not mind fielding that question. And good morning, Ms. McKenna. Good to see you as well. I know members who drafted the amendment worked with Director Wimsatt as well as members of solid waste industry, I believe. Waste management was involved in discussions and
Good morning. For the record, Mike Wimsatt, Director of the Waste Management Division for New Hampshire DES, and I'm joined by Bureau Administrator for our Solid Waste Management Bureau, Leah McKenna. I'm sorry, could you repeat your question, Representative?
If I may.
sure.
All right, thank you. Will passing this legislation improve the citing process?
We believe that this bill will definitely, as I think we've testified earlier, provide for a more thorough and comprehensive public review of applications for major solid waste facilities, such that topics, as this committee has discussed, that perhaps really aren't under the the official purview or the expertise of the department will get consideration by the committee that this bill would create.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Can I just, there was two things that are just, that were missed, that were changes, and that's it. So they're very minor. One is, so it's on, hold on.
Does anybody else have any other questions for the director? No? Anything else that you'd like to add?
If I may, I just want to clarify, if I
Sure.
with respect, if I understood what you just said a moment ago, there was some discussion that the agency was consulted with regard to this amendment.
It was
I
not?
don't think that's the case.
No? Okay, I'm sorry.
that's
My-
all right.
My miscommunication, misunderstanding then. Sorry.
On the other bill.
Oh, the other bill. So it's the other bill. Okay. All right then.
Okay, so this is on line, what is it? Page 13, and this would be, so the difference between the Senate's version and our version, like I said, was just a handful of words. One of them was the House version that we had initially had shall in there, and the Senate's version had does, and this is on line, hold on, 149, hold on, severability, right?
Line 6. On page
Yep,
36.
line 6. So we kept that as shall. I just wanted everybody to know, and that was based upon feedback from OLS. They made that decision. So that stayed as a shall instead of, excuse me, instead of does. And there's one other change. You guys already went through the transportation piece.
Mm-hmm.
And
There's one on page 9.
that's the one I was just,
Page 9.
Yep.
At line 11 and 12.
correct.
We added notice of any project for which an application for a certificate has been submitted shall be pursuant to RSA 36:56 Roman 3, and that is the projects of regional impact
Correct.
bill that we passed last year.
Correct. And that is how we had when I first had written that in here, because it's definitely, the SEC should know about that law that's passed, because if there's work that's done at all from any company, for them to have that information is great, but they should also understand kind of how that helps them for information and all of that. So just a nice line in there and would be great. So that's it. So a very big bill with just minor changes, and
Found the one reference that we were looking for before, which is on page 4, line 15 and 16. Execute the general. Duties of the committee. Execute the general forest preference. New landfill tax will be based on each and can only be developed in accordance with RSA 149 and 65.4. And that's and that references to the declaration of purpose, where it says that expansions of existing landfills and brownfield sites are preferential to greenfield sites.
perfect. Yep.
Okay. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, are we prepared to exec this bill this morning?
I think so. We
Okay.
better be.
All right. Yeah, I guess so.
All right. So I would like to move HB 1189 FN and
You have to do the amendment first.
wait. There's a way of saying which
Okay.
yes. So I move HB 1189 FN and move to adopt amendment 2026-0965H.
And I would like to second that. And would you like to speak to your motion?
I think so. I think the key thing here is that from the beginning, in the governor's version of this, all the way up to this. The most important thing about this bill is that it provides a broader the community, the impacted communities and people in the state, an avenue for providing input on major waste disposal projects that is not available under the permitting process, because the permitting process is primarily a technical process. So this is really about public transparency and public involvement in major decisions in how solid waste is dealt with in the state.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'd like to have the clerk call the roll for adoption of 2026-09, 0965H.
Okay. Vice Chair Barber,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Potenza,
Yes.
Representative Freeman. Okay.
Oh, no.
Representative Scully,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Representative Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Haskins,
Aye.
Representative Wheeler,
Yay.
Representative Gruber.
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Okay, the vote is 12-0, motion passes.
Okay. Do I hear a motion for OTPA?
Yes, I would like to move on to pass with amendment on HB 1189 with amendment 2026-0965H.
Okay. Do I hear a motion, Representative Potenza?
Yes, I'll second. Or do you, I'm sorry, I'm reading stuff.
Yeah. Okay. To second Representative Bixby's motion of
Okay,
OTPA.
yes.
Okay. Representative Bixby, would you like to speak to that motion at all?
I think we've covered it pretty well. Thanks.
All right. And I'd ask the clerk to call the roll if there's no further discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're voting on the OTPA motion on HB 1189. Vice Chairwoman Barber.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Kenny.
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Scully.
Yes.
Representative Minor.
Yes.
Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Aye.
Representative Wheeler.
Yay.
Representative Gruber.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Motion passes 12-0.
Okay.
Shall we put this on consent?
Yes, please.
Yes. Okay, wonderful. Let's move on to give the clerk a moment. Okay, we'll move on to discussion of HB 1305, which is enabling the use of telehealth to deliver veterinary care. Would anybody like to start discussion about that bill? Well, I'll start things off. I feel that this bill should be ITL'd. I know that we've had some communication from different people, but regarding, passing this. But my thoughts are, especially with testimony, it seemed to me that because telehealth for animals is so different than for people. When you are discussing something with your physician via telehealth, you can actually tell them what's wrong or tell them how you feel or, communicate more clearly about what your symptoms are and such. And I think that telehealth for animals is not really doable because with a veterinarian, especially I know even when I bring my own animals in for their checkups, they need to be touched. They need to be looked at. They need to be, palpated. And that's not something that in order to make, accurate diagnoses. And I just feel like this is not really something that can be implemented properly. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, I think that Representative Aaron has covered a lot of the issues pretty effectively. One other potential problem with this bill is that because it is essentially doing things remotely, almost all of the almost all of the medical advice would be in fact prescribing drugs as opposed to other sorts of interventions, and not all interventions require medicines, and this would push it in that direction and might also open up an avenue for excessive prescription of medicines and excessive availability of those that might not actually end up in the right target area. So I think that's another problem that we want to avoid by ITLing this.
Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may just add for the record that as the state vet spoke to earlier this morning, I mean, we have a shortage of veterinarians in this state, and I think that legislation like telehealth medicine, whether for humans or for animals, is used to sort of offset the employment challenges that we're having in the healthcare sector. And I'm not sure that's a good thing to do. So I agree with everything that you said. And I also just hope that eventually we're able to get to the place where we're able to reintegrate that market into a place where there's good.
Well, and I also think that, to some extent, we already allow for consultation via the telephone or whatever. I mean, I know when my animal is, not well or has an issue or something, I see some growth on it or whatever, I will call the vet and I'll say, I have something going on with my dog and this is how it's presenting. Should I come in or is it nothing? And, you can talk to them on the phone and they can kind of say, well, yeah, that's something I want to take a look at. Or no, we noticed that the last visit and, just keep an eye on it. If it gets worse or whatever, bring her in. So I think to some extent, I mean, we already have the ability for pet owners to communicate with their veterinarians regarding issues having to do with their animal. And, a phone call sometimes is enough really to say whether or not, the animal should be looked at again or whatever. But actually doing a visit over the internet on Zoom or something, I don't know that's really a good thing. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so I think that one of the biggest flaws in the bill was that it explicitly allowed the patient-provider relationship to be established via telephone or via telemeans, and that's just completely out of the question.
Representative Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this bill is actually a step in the right direction. As the state vet testified earlier, the vet, the ability to hire vets in New Hampshire, it just isn't there. The cost and many other things stopping vets from going into this practice is prohibitive. I think that that this bill needs some work, but I don't think it should be ITL'd.
All right. Any other discussion about HB 1305? There's been no amendment presented or anything for it. And so I would entertain a motion for this. Representative Comtois?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion to ITL HB 1305.
I hear a second. Representative Germana. Okay.
Yes. I didn't hear you. Oh, no, I raised my hand. I said something.
Okay. Representative Comtois, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would. We have the ability now, once we establish a relationship with our veterinarian, as Representative Aaron alluded to, where we can pick up our phone and talk about things. Telehealth for humans is when we can actually sit in front of a screen have a consultation with our doctor. They can ask questions and we can answer. Animals cannot answer. There's things that you need to feel or understand or look at in an animal. And especially, livestock is a species unto its own. But having that relationship with the veterinarian in person that understands your animals is extremely important. And if with this bill, it will get us away from that. And I don't think it would offer the best care possible for animals.
Representative Germana?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, I agree with pretty much everything that's been said. I would only add that I believe it was Dr. Prescott who expressed some concern about the development of antibiotic resistant infections, and that the concern that this might lead more often than not to the prescription of drugs to treat ailments, that if a vet were to see a pet in person, maybe there's an alternative. And so that concern about antibiotic resistant infections, I think, is another reason why this is not appropriate at this time.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments from the committee? Seeing none, I'd like the clerk to call the roll on a motion of ITL for HB 1305.
Vice Chairman Barber.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Kenny.
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
No.
Representative Scully.
Yes.
Representative Minor.
No.
Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Aye.
Representative Wheeler.
Yay.
Representative Gruber.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
13 to 11. Vote is 11-2. Motion passes. Can it go on consent? Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. We'll move on to HB 1478, requiring the Department of Environmental Services to revise the rules for proposed new landfills. That is a bill introduced by Representative Potenza, and Representative Potenza has supplied the committee with an amendment. And
She has not.
it has not been passed out, so let's take some time to take a look at that.
I'm sorry, it's on the second page. No, that. Okay, so, it's on the second page. So how it normally works with, OLS is when you give them, the words to change. So they only incorporated that. They didn't reprint the whole bill, but just so I didn't want you guys to have all these separate pieces of paper. The first part right here, which is a nice big print, didn't change. And so where the changes come are on the second page where it has the amendment and the number. And then on the third page with nice big font text too, that did not change. So I just wanted you guys to have like the full complete bill together. Even though I asked OLS, I'm like, can't you put it together for me? They denied me. So I did this to make it easier. Okay. Can we start?
Sure can.
Okay. First change. So all the changes, you go to the second page in here, is line 5.
And what's
which
the amendment number? I'm sorry.
the amendment number is 2026-0975H. Just go to that second page. And we
gotcha.
discussed this during the hearing in regards, and this was a miss. We inserted, instead of where it had no permit, we put in specifically, no solid waste permit shall be issued by any division of the department for the siting of a new landfill in any part of the actual solid waste. So the only thing we added in there was solid waste permit, the word solid waste. And then if we continue down, the next change is, Okay, so it would be line, page 2, line 11. We made this, of course, all of this applies, does not, excludes expansion, excludes, exempts expansions. So we wanted to make that clear in all subsequent, because it talks about that, it defines it in line 4, and we just wanted to make that clear throughout. So on line 11, it just says new landfill. It took out where it had expansion was still in there, which shouldn't have been. And then if we go to line, well, it doesn't exist anymore. So just due to the testimony and talking with the director, I removed the line about the landfill facilities shall have at least one employee or contracted personnel at the site 24 hours a day, 365 per year. That's gone. The next thing that is added in here is the word, same thing, the word new landfill. It's line 18. No permit shall be granted for a new landfill. So just clarifying that. And then if you go to line 34, same thing. No permit shall be granted for a new landfill. Then, whoops, I'm sorry, it's not 34. 24, thank you. And then you go to line 26, and based upon my conversations with the department as well, I put this in to match current rules. Same thing. This applies to new landfill and should have a minimum value of a 50-year storm margin of safety. So removed it from 100-year storm and brought it to 50.
Okay.
And that is it.
All right. Thank you for your work on this, Representative Potenza and Representative Germana. Representative Germana, your comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank Representative Potenza for all the hard work that she's put into this bill. I think the changes are excellent. I will certainly support it. I wanted to just address, there were a couple of concerns that the director raised the last time when we had our work session that I wanted to speak to. One was a concern about the phrase ample margin of safety.
So the ample margin of safety, go to the last page of the bill. So that, and it's basically, it's not the amendment, because this didn't change. It's so my last page, and you go from 12.
Lines 13 and 14.
Exactly. 12, 13, 14 is
So
section.
The director had concerns about how, potentially vague this language is. And when I was doing some research, I found that this term exists already in federal rules with reference to air quality standards. Actually, it applies to landfills, I believe, in a lot of states, and I think we have adapted it for our own rules because it applies actually to air quality standards also at landfills. But so my understanding is that, first of all, this term exists, and that DES has in the past, with regard to air quality, actually had to adapt the federal ample margin of safety standard to our own rules. And also, as I understand from my research, that an ample margin of safety is an adequate margin of safety, which I think is a fairly traditional term. And then there are some added elements. It is technically feasible, it's reasonable, and it provides an added layer of safety. So, and perhaps the director could speak to, but I personally do not think this is something that DES is going to have a great deal of difficulty describing in rules. And the second has to do with, it was a really good discussion about the question of the travel time. Where does it apply? The concern is, right, we don't know when we get to the border of the property where the landfill is located. You don't know what that travel time is, you know, if you're unable to test that. And I understand that concern. I would just point out that the main law regarding travel time that we have looked at quite a bit in this committee when we've discussed this issue does specifically pertain to the footprint of the landfill. It says from a certain distance underneath the final liner of the liner system out to the edge of the footprint of the landfill. So understandably, we're limited in terms of the information we can get beyond the boundaries of the landfill. But so I hear that concern that was raised by the director last time. And as I said, the main law which uses travel time does specifically pertain to the area of ground on the property of the landfill. And so both of those things that I see in this bill are, I think, perfectly, we can do them.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, and in terms of that travel time, it is the case that we cannot get an exact measurement of that hydrogeology between the edge of the landfill and the water body that we are concerned about, but and there is going to be some variability in the geological structures, but we have to get the best approximation that we can given the what we're able to measure. There are many things in this world where we do not get an exact measure because it is not feasible for one reason or another, and we use approximations. And and I think this is one of those places where using an approximation is justifiable.
Representative Potenza.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to the ample margin of safety because it's actually been used in federal and state laws for up to 70 years. The Safe Drinking Water Act since 1950 has said this. So this is something that's definitely known and applied in all of these areas, especially with environmental services departments all across the country.
Representative Gruber.
Yes, first I'd like to thank Representative Potenza for these final edits, which I think are really have taken on the issues that were still in controversy. And if you look at the hydraulic conductivity, that's now would be in line with other states, which actually decreases the chance of being dumped on from other states, their waste. And the last thing is the 5-year time frame seems really in line too. So I think we're actually catching up with other states that have moved ahead quicker than New Hampshire to protect our soil and our water. So thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions regarding this amendment? Seeing none, do I hear a motion from?
That's going to be from me.
Representative Potenza, do I hear a motion to?
Yes, I'd
move acceptance of.
Yes, I'd like to move to pass this amendment, which is 2026-0975H.
Do I hear a second? Second from Representative Germana. Sorry?
So we got a clarification from the clerk from Paul Smith last week that it's possible to do, for an amendment, it's possible to do a voice vote or a show of hands.
Okay. All those in favor?
Madam Chair,
Representative Scully?
are we allowed to just speak to the motion itself, or
Yes,
we
you
pass
may,
that now?
sure.
All right. I want to begin by saying that I think that Representative Potenza and the other members of this committee have done an excellent job. This is a much improved amendment. However, not all the issues that I was concerned about have been addressed. One was the fact that we were precluding an applicant from being able to use the qualified professionals of their choice simply because they had worked on one of their projects previously. I think from the perspective, and I will speak to as a perspective as a consultant myself at one time, you work with people, they learn to trust you, they want to use you. I would also say that we always had to submit our reports to the state agencies for their review. And the fact that somebody's worked for an applicant before should not preclude them from being able to do the work themselves. The state agencies might actually have developed a very high level of trust with a particular person because they've seen their work before and they know they do good quality work. So I personally think that inclusion of making it impossible to use somebody who's worked before was arbitrary. I understand what they were trying to get at, but it could actually backfire because you could use say a qualified person can't work on it, and now you got to roll the dice and pick somebody new, and they could end up being unqualified. So I will repeat again, I think this is a much improved amendment, but for my particular reasons as stated, I will not be voting for it.
Okay. Representative Potenza.
All right, I've got to speak to it just because we're not talking about just random qualified individuals. We're not talking about engineers. We're not talking about any of those things. I believe Waste Management, they don't have a hydrogeologist. This is only about a hydrogeologist. They don't even have a hydrogeologist on staff or under like a regular contract. So this is for a new landfill that would take place. Maybe we're going to have one in the next 50 to 100 years. So this isn't about all of these engineers and relationships that these private companies have, or even any municipalities. This is specifically for one entity. And this position is so important because it's going to determine, if this site works, time of travel, all of those things. They are an expert in hydrogeologists. That's it. And so the woman that this committee knows, who has worked with like 11 different landfills, she wouldn't, in New Hampshire, she would still be fine with this. So, because she's not like, it's not like she has contracts ongoing or is in a sense, an employee of any of the landfills that we have. So I understand your concerns, but they really don't apply. We're not talking about engineers. We're not talking about all of that kind of stuff. We're not talking about architects, design, any of those types of things. We're literally talking about one position for one landfill.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'd like the clerk to call the roll, or we'll call the roll on adoption of the amendment 2026-0975H or HB 1478.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Vicewoman Barber.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Kenny.
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Scully.
No.
Representative Minor.
Yes.
Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Aye.
Representative Wheeler.
Yay.
Representative Gruber.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
12-1. The motion passes.
Okay, do I hear an OTPA motion? Representative Potenza.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to pass HB 1478 as amended.
Okay. Second from Representative Germana. Thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion at all?
I actually would, only because I wasn't able to, there was a little bit of back and forth in regards with groundwater travel time. And I just really want to put this on the record because I think it's extremely important. And I spent some time writing this. So, there's been some arguments where DES argues that groundwater travel time outside of like a landfill track may differ from travel time measured within the track, implying that the bill's 5-year travel time standard is unreliable. So that argument collapses under basic logic under DES's own existing rules, the ones that are in place right now. So they claim that the current 800 rules are, quote, more protective because they allegedly ensure that release detection, characterization, and remediation can be conducted prior to a release having an adverse impact on water supply. But this claim necessarily assumes that groundwater behavior outside the track can be inferred from measurements taken on the track. Otherwise, DES could not possibly claim early detection or timely response under current law. So unfortunately, the department can't have it both ways. So if uncertainty about plume velocity after leaving the track invalidates the bill's 5-year standard, then it also invalidates DES's existing rules, which rely on the same hydrogeologic assumptions without any clear, enforceable time boundary. That is the reason why this is in place. We need something that's enforceable, a time boundary. So, in public science and environmental regulation, the default assumption is that conditions do not materially change absent evidence that they do. The measured groundwater velocity at the track boundary is the best available estimate of off-site velocity. So if DES believes otherwise, the burden is on the agency to prove that change, not to dismiss a clear, enforceable standard in favor of basically vague assurances. This bill replaces the current regulatory posture of we'll promise we'll get there with the bright line measurable rule, 5 years. That is not weaker. It is objectionably stronger, clearer, and more enforceable than the status quo. And this is why we have HB 1478. And I'm off my soapbox.
Okay, thank you. Any other further discussion? Seeing none, I have the clerk call the roll on OTPA for HB 1478 with an amendment 0975H.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Vice Chair Barber.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Kenny.
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Scully.
No.
Representative Minor.
Yes.
Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Jamana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Aye.
Representative Wheeler.
Yay.
Representative Gruber.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
12-1. Shall it go on consent? Do I hear an objection?
I have no objection.
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, so now we move on to HB 1092, relative to guard dogs. And that was a bill brought to us by Representative Comtois. I would like to propose ITL on this bill because I have incorporated it into an amendment for HB 1253, which we will be discussing momentarily. So are there any other comments about that? Representative Bixby? No?
That makes sense.
Okay, good enough. So I would like to make a motion of ITL for HB 1092. Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I said I second it.
Okay, sure.
Okay, Representative Freeman. Seconds. Okay. Any other further discussion about this? Seeing none, I'd like the clerk to call the roll on ITL for HB 1092.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Vicewoman Barber.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Kenny.
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Scully.
Yes.
Representative Minor.
Yes.
Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Jamana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Aye.
Representative Wheeler.
Yay.
Representative Gruber.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
13-0. Shall it go on consent?
Yes. Okay. I'll move along to HB 1133, defining and regulating livestock guardian dogs. And that was introduced to us by Representative Litchfield. Someone representing Representative Litchfield introduced it. Again, HB 1133 brought to us an issue where we had a problem with nuisance dogs barking and owners claiming that the dogs were livestock guardian dogs or crop guardian dogs when in fact they were not. So they were just doing that to evade reprimands or whatever the law. And that bill was pretty harsh and had a lot of things in it we didn't like. But again, I took some pieces of that bill and incorporated into HB 1253. So therefore, I would like to propose ITL for HB 1133. Any comment? Representative Bixby.
That makes sense.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions or comments regarding that bill. All right, I would like then to make a motion of ITL on HB 1253. I'm sorry, 1133. I am making a motion to ITL HB 1133. Do I hear a second? Representative Haskins, seconds. Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'd like the clerk to call the roll on ITL for HB 1133.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Vice Chair Barber.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Kenny.
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Scully.
Yes.
Representative Minor.
Yes.
Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Germano.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Aye.
Representative Wheeler.
Yeah.
Representative Gruber.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
13-0. Shall it go on consent?
Yes,
you.
please. Okay, so that brings us to HB 1253. There is an amendment that was passed out to all of you regarding that bill. So what I did was I took the language from HB 1253 and I incorporated also the language from HB 1092. So this is item number 1, adding guarding crops and guarding livestock to RSA 466:30-A1, and Roman numeral 1, and adding in guarding crops and guarding livestock to the list of animals in the exception. And then, most importantly, in this amendment, item number 2, I've added 2 new sections to law. In RSA 466, section 30, after section 30-B, which is 30-C and 30-D. And 30-C defines livestock guardian dogs a little bit more clearly. That a livestock guardian dog is actively used for guarding livestock and works primarily with a livestock herd or flock in a pasture, range, field, yard, or similar open agricultural environment, rather than primarily in a residential home, yard, or urban suburban setting, and exhibits behaviors consistent with its working role and is not exhibiting persistent nuisance barking unrelated to guarding. And also a section in there that says any person who knowingly and willfully, falsely claims livestock guardian dog status in response to a nuisance complaint is subject to penalties. That goes for section 30D for crop guardian dogs as well, and that gives a definition for crop guardian dogs actively used for guarding crops in a pasture, range, field, yard, or similar open agricultural environment, exhibits behaviors consistent with its working role, and is not exhibiting persistent nuisance barking unrelated to guarding. So I also want you to know that I worked very closely with members of New Hampshire Farm Bureau, people who own livestock guardian dogs and crop guardian dogs, and everybody agreed on the language and said this will go a long way to help, better define what those roles are for those animals, as well as prevent the issue that was presented to us by Representative Schomburg with 1133, where we had a constituent of his who had a neighbor whose dog was had terrible nuisance barking, and there wasn't anything clearly in statute that allowed them to rectify the situation. So I hope that you'll support this amendment, and I'll leave it at that for any further discussion. Representative Bixby.
Yes, I'd like to thank Representative Aaron for putting in a lot of hard work on this bill, balancing a very wide array of different opinions and finding a good path between them.
Thank you. Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I too would like to thank the chair for the work on this bill. The testimony we heard was some of the most upsetting I've heard on the committee, so it's nice to know that we can help people in Mr. Maynard's situation with the law providing the clarity, and I think the amendment is a big step at getting us toward that end. So I thank you.
Okay, Representative Potenza?
Yeah, just ditto and ditto. I'm really happy. This was a lot of work. We had, 3 separate bills talking about guardian dogs, livestock guardian dogs, and that testimony was some of the hardest to listen to. I just love our committee. I think we work so well together for solutions for the people, and you're a rock star.
Thank you. Representative Barber?
So I can't say much more than that, except to say that for me as a freshman legislator taking on the role of vice chair, this was a master class in how to bring people together, how to listen to those who came to our hearings. It was an absolute pleasure. And I have to say, those of you who have been presenting amendments today, again, a master class in how a committee works together and pulls in all stakeholders. I hope that in the future I'll be able to do half as well as all of you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, with that, let's see. I am going to move adoption of the amendment 2026-0930H for HB 1253. Do I hear a second for that? Representative Bixby?
I'll second that.
Okay. Any other further discussion? I'm not going to talk any more about it since I already did. Seeing none, I'd like the clerk to call the roll, or if we want to see a show of hands. I don't know.
Roll.
Show of hands.
Roll call? Roll call. All right.
All right.
We don't have that much more to do, so
Yeah.
we're good.
Vice Chair Barber.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Kenny?
Yes.
Representative Potenza?
Yes.
Representative Freeman?
Yes.
Representative Scully?
Yes.
Representative Minor?
Yes.
Representative Bixby?
Yes.
Representative Germana?
Yes.
Representative Haskins?
Aye.
Representative Wheeler?
Yay.
Representative Gruber?
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
13-0. Motion passes.
Okay, I would like to move OTPA on HB 1253 with amendment 0930H. Second, Bixby.
I will second that.
Representative Bixby seconds. Okay, I'm not going to speak to the bill or amendment anymore, unless anybody else wants to. Seeing none, have the clerk call the roll on that OTPA motion for HB 1253.
Vice Chair Barber.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Kenny?
Yes.
Representative Potenza? Representative Potenza?
Sorry. Yes.
Representative Freeman?
Yes.
Representative Scully?
Yes.
Representative Minor?
Yes.
Representative Bixby?
Yes.
Representative Germana?
Yes.
Representative Haskins?
Aye.
Representative Wheeler?
Yay.
Representative Gruber?
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
13-0. Shall it go on consent?
Yes, please.
Oh, I missed that clerk. I missed the fiery clerk.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you all supporting that bill and the amendment.
I'm having flashbacks.
I'm going to, we'll move on to HB 1275 relative to the effects of PFAS on agriculture. Representative Germana, you have an amendment for us?
I do, Madam Chair. Thank you. Hopefully everybody has it in front of you. It is 2026-0925H. What, through conversations with members of this committee, I spoke last week with the Commissioner of Agriculture. I appreciate help also from, several folks at the Department of Environmental Services. And also I spoke with Rob Johnson from Farm Bureau last week, and listened to all the testimony that we received. And through all of those discussions, it seemed to me that the best thing that we could do with this bill is to make it a more narrowly focused bill, which I think can move us forward in key ways, but also has, I think, a good chance at passing. The amendment in front of you does four things. Number one, it contains the civil immunity piece for farmers that was in the original bill. Number two, it sets concentration-based standards for biosolids based on DES rules, and I want to come back to that in a moment and say more about it. Number three, and I think this is the most important part of the bill that provides us the biggest step forward, it requires testing of agricultural soils before application to make sure that levels will not exceed standards. And then finally, with regard to potential source of funding for testing, one of the things that I heard very clearly talking to a lot of people was that the idea of setting up the fund contained in the original bill, which I think we all probably support the idea, would be near impossible, if not impossible, especially in a non-budget year, not knowing exactly where money is coming from, how much money would be needed, how much money would be going into it. So instead, what this amendment does is to, at the very end, you can see here on page 1, starting at line 28, is it amends part of statute having to do with the Drinking Water and Groundwater Trust Fund to include the possibility that financial support could come from that fund for the testing of agricultural soils. So that's a fund that's already there. That is a fund that has already received money, settlement money, for example, from 3M is the one we're probably all most familiar with. And what that does is it allows the advisory commission that oversees that fund to, if they choose, allocate some money toward the testing of agricultural soil. I think that is our best bet at getting financial support for testing. So those are the four main things that it does. I want to, as I said, I want to talk for a moment about a discussion that we've been having about health-based standards and concentration-based standards. And these are both very, very important. And health-based standards, of course, the outcome that we most desperately need. But in talking to the department, and Mr. Martz and Mr. Russo talked to us about this last week, when we're talking about agricultural soils, when we're talking about the biosolids, we're talking about the sludge, what we're talking about in agricultural soil is a concentration level. Health-based standards have to do with our drinking water standards. When we're talking about the level of PFAS in agricultural soil or in biosolids or compost and other additives, we're talking about parts per billion. Right? When we're talking about drinking water, we're talking about parts per trillion, and that is our health-based standard. And talking to DES, what seems clear to me is that the study that they're doing currently to try to understand how any number of chemicals get from our soil ultimately into our groundwater and drinking water, they're doing that work throughout this year. What this bill would do is to give them until the middle of next year to establish through rules a set of standards. And again, the way this works, as I understand it, is that we're aiming for that health-based standard. We're talking about drinking water, right? But to figure out how you meet those standards, you kind of have to reverse engineer the process, right? You have to go back to the hydrogeology and the stratigraphy of the land and what is applied to it, right? Because it leaches through that soil into the underlying hydrogeology. It ends up in groundwater and then eventually ends up in drinking water. So the number that DES is going to arrive at through their rules is based upon the research that they are doing, research that the EPA is doing, that will determine what levels of PFAS in soil additives will guarantee you the health-based standards that end up in our drinking water. I really don't think that we should be telling DES what exactly that number should be, because it really depends on a wide variety of conditions. Representative Bixby asks a really good question last week of DES, asking, if you take what's in the soil and then you add a biosolid? Is it simply additive? Is it simply 1 + 1 = 2? And the answer is no. It is really, really complicated. It depends upon what's already in the soil. It depends upon the stratigraphy. It depends upon the hydrogeology. So I don't think that it would be wise of us to dictate what that number should be in soil content. What matters most, what is already in DES rules, what they are going to write the rules to meet, is that health-based standard in drinking water. So talking to, as I said, everyone involved, that's the conclusion that I came to. I think that the most important thing that this amendment does is it says that we will test. You cannot apply biosolids or sludge unless the land is tested, the sludge is tested, and we know that the application on that tract of land is not going to result in PFAS in our drinking water that exceeds the health-based standards that exist already in rule.
Okay, Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I need something clarified for me. I'm looking at, where you say that any sludge or biosolids which are to be land applied shall not exceed maximum concentrations for specific contaminants. And then in 2, it says by June 30th, the department shall initiate. But this takes effect 60 days after passage. How do those two, to me, it's like a conflict. Because one, you're saying in 60 days after if this is signed by the governor, then we have to test, but yet we don't even have the rules adopted. So I would just like clarification on that, please.
Representative Germana.
Yes, and that is an excellent question.
Is that something that perhaps we can clear up with a floor amendment?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, Representative Comtois, and I don't have an immediate answer for you. Perhaps a floor amendment is the best.
Representative
best way to
Bixby?
do it.
Yeah, I think the answer, it's probably worth checking with OLS about this to be sure, but I think the answer is actually in the first line. It's line 18 at the beginning of Roman 2, where it says by June 30th, 2027, the department shall initiate rulemaking. So that is the timing of the standards. Right. And then so the timing of the bill is essentially when the other elements of it are start to get put into place. So I think that line 18 might cover it, but it's also worth checking with OLS to make sure.
Okay, Representative Haskins.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I first of all want to say how much I appreciate Rep. Germana's work on this. I think, however, there remains deficiency even with the amendment, and I'd like to call Rep. Thomas up since it's her bill and ask her about this amendment or the bill.
Let me just get Representative Potenza first. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Representative
no,
Potenza.
I'm fine with Representative Thomas coming up to speak. I did want to say, I know we are already currently using standards, so I would assume that's what it's applying to, because there are currently standards in place. It isn't just, we do have, they're just not really concrete. You've got some that are, of course, coming from the federal government, and then we've applied some of those in a way in the state. So I do think it was a fantastic question, Representative Comtois, and because it needs to be crystal clear. So, but it's not like it's a free for all right now. I just want that to be clear as well. So,
Yeah, thank you, Representative Potenza. Exactly, and as I said, I think the thing that this bill does, which is most important, is requires testing. So those standards exist in rules currently, but this requires us to test the soil in addition to what we're adding to the soil to make sure that we're meeting the standards that are currently in place.
Okay, sure, Representative Comtois.
Yeah, I would like to ask the department is here, if they could explain what the rules are currently.
Sure.
For this.
Let's have them come up, and I guess if we want to have Representative Thomas is, oh, you.
She's here.
Yeah, okay, yeah, we'll have you come up as well for our work session. This is our work session, so.
It's like obstructive view seats at Fenway.
Okay, please introduce yourselves and.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Martz. I'm the administrator of the Hazardous Waste Remediation Bureau and the Waste Management Division of DES.
Good morning. My name is Ren Bodo, and I'm the Residuals Management Section Supervisor for the Wastewater Bureau.
Okay. So, I guess the question is about the effective date? Yeah, sure.
May I? Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Right now, from what I'm hearing, it says that you already have in rules. Let me just read you this. Sludge or biosolids which are to be land applied in New Hampshire shall not exceed the maximum concentrations for specific chemical contaminants contained in the rules of the department or the rules or regulations of the state in which the sludge was generated, whichever are more stringent. But whichever is more stringent. Do we have any information? Where would I find what those maximum concentrations are and everything else in DES? And are they very specific to agricultural land is what I want to know.
Yeah, thank you for that. So I'll clarify at least from our side of it, and Jeff may be able to explain for the HAZ rules, for the sludge management rules, right? The rules that are in question here. There are no standards for PFAS yet. That is what we're working on. The other rules, I think, are the soil standards, which I think Jeff can speak to.
Yeah, so we have soil remediation standards for 4 of the PFAS that we have ambient groundwater quality standards for. And those are designed to be leaching-based standards that are protective of groundwater quality. And the way those standards were designed, they were designed to be protective of a subsurface release, which is important with respect to PFAS because the surface of the soil tends to have a lot of organic carbon, which PFAS like to stick to. So we modeled a subsurface release about 3 feet below ground, simulating a release from a tank or something that might be buried into a sandy soil where the PFAS are very mobile. So we think that the standards we developed that are soil remediation standards are very protective in that scenario and might be overprotective to a subsurface discharge of contaminants.
Okay. Representative Potenza.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just so I understand, when sludge is happening, I mean, it's literally coming from, some, of course, is coming from wastewater treatment that is getting leachate as well as getting, so all of that would be in there. So that's really, in a sense, there's standards for that, isn't there, in regards with the liquid version of this before it's, creates the sludge part of it? Don't we have PFAS standards in there?
At least in terms of like the actual septage in those areas, again, there are no standards for PFAS in like septage or in sludge currently at a state level or even at a federal level. Again, the standards that are out there are for like water, are for soil standards for again what Jeff stated. So there's different areas and where these standards are. We're modeling those standards now for sludge, which is expected to be done by October-ish of this year to, again, model that upper layer that is more based in the agricultural soils that have that kind of thicker top layer. So we're going to see where that modeling is to address those standards and almost, like I said, do that backwards working to see what's going to be of a protective factor to that groundwater. So that's what we're currently looking at, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. I just was thinking that the wastewater treatment plants are currently testing for PFAS.
Correct. They're testing, so we have lots of like data for what they have. There's no limits currently in there. So again, at other levels, so there is testing for the influent, the sludge, and the like effluent. There's new permits this year for New Hampshire for the medium-sized plants that they have to start to test in all 3
Correct.
of
I knew
of
that.
those areas. Those are starting this year. So now we're just starting to collect all of that data but there's no standards for what that looks like yet.
Okay, thank you.
And can I just clarify very quickly? I'm sorry that when I answered Representative Potenza's question about existing standards, I was referring to the soil standards and the groundwater standards. Those are in the 600 rules now.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so in terms of existing standards for biosolids, sort of going beyond the question of the PFAS, there are in fact a very large number of substances that already are tested for and do have maximum amount or concentrations like heavy metals and VOCs, et cetera. And the work that you're doing on PFAS is just is figuring out what the levels are going to be are going to be when those get added to that existing set of standards.
Yes, correct.
Okay, and just to in terms of the timing elements in the amendment, do you see any problems with the effective date and then the due date for the rulemaking that are put in here and other requirements of the bill? Is there anything where there's a timing mismatch?
No, I think that everything lines up perfectly. Again, we're supposed to have what those standards will look like by the end of this year. So then to start to redo the rulemaking process, I think lines up perfectly.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Representative Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perhaps we can discuss that a little further because I see that there could be a potential issue created by the effective date of this legislation. And it comes down to, if you go down to line 31 of the amendment, it's adding the testing of agricultural soil in terms of PFAS remediation. So if we start testing is after 60 days, the agricultural soil, but we don't have the actual standards created to June 30th, 2027, you could be in situations where you put the stuff out, you tested it and you put it out, and then next year find out, oh boy, we should never have done that to begin with because it's exceeding the standards that will be created subsequent to that. So I think if you want to have these things lined up, I think we ought to have the effective date equal to the date at which the standards will be created. So now going forward, we'll know right off the bat whether the stuff can be put down on the ground or not.
Okay, but I would argue that by not having the act pass, the act shall take effect, by not having the legislation effective 60 days after passage, we wouldn't have the mandate in here, though effective, that by June 30th, the rulemaking has to be done. It's Representative Bixby. I don't know.
Yeah. So I'm just getting back to the issue with the testing on line 31. So Section 3 of the bill is addressing the uses of the groundwater trust fund. So currently there exists a groundwater trust fund that is funded by the settlement agreements from 3M, et cetera, and there's a set of things for which that is allowed to be used. What line 31 does about the testing of agricultural soil, that creates an additional possible use for those monies. However, the requirement for the testing to happen occurs in Roman 2 of between line 18 and line 25, which is all which all happens after the June 30th, 2027 date. So the requirement for the testing kicks in June 2027. The allowance for using the money is governed by is governed in Section 3, but that does not make the testing happen.
Okay, Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, everyone. And I really like the amendment, but I still have serious concerns if it had an effective date of January 1, 2027. That's something that I could vote for, but right now I'm concerned because, and then we'd still have time. You know, they'll know that it's going to go into effect on January 1. They said that the rules are coming out at the end of the year, which would make June 30th it would all flow together. But with the 60 days after passage, I cannot, I will vote for the amendment because I think it is a great amendment, but I will vote no on the overall bill, just be due to that.
Representative Comtois, if we had a floor amendment that altered that date, would that change your position?
Madam Chair, like I said, if it had a January 1, 2027 effective date, I would absolutely vote for this.
Okay, Representative Germana?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm wondering, and I'm just thinking through this because the question that the Representative Comtois raises is a good one and not one I had thought about before. But also, as I'm looking at this now, so 60 days after if the bill were signed into law, right, the law would be sludge or biosolids. This is line 14. Sludge or biosolids, which are to be land applied in New Hampshire, shall not exceed maximum concentrations for specific chemical contaminants contained in the rules of the department. Those rules already exist, right? Because that would apply to the whole range of rules that are currently already in.
Yes, rule, correct.
And then if we look at Roman 2, I think effectively what this does, and I don't want to use the word moratorium, effectively what this does is between 60 days after passage and the time when the department has adopted new rules after June 30th, there would be no land application of biosolids because in that section it says land application shall not occur if biosolid or soil PFAS concentrations exceed the applicable standards that DES will come up with by June 30th. So effectively for the first, well, from 60 days after passage to halfway through 2027, we would not have land application of biosolids because the department. So I actually, and again, I'm thinking out loud to Representative Comtois' question. I think this actually does work. I think it puts it into place and establishes a 6-month period in which biosolids will not be applied because testing rules have not been adopted yet.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Representative Bixby and then Haskins?
Yeah, I'm actually not entirely sure that's the case because,
Oh, thanks.
That's why we call it a work session.
Okay, right. So the reason I'm saying that is that there are there are currently in rules specific maximum concentrations for certain chemical contaminants contained. And the rules do have the maximum concentrations for specific chemical contaminants at the moment. That set of specific chemical contaminants does not currently include PFAS compounds, but it does have. But there is a set of rules that do have maximum concentrations, and if a biosolid meets those current specifications now, it doesn't look like this would prevent it from being land applied at this point. It does mean that any PFAS content of the of biosolids would not create or prevent the spreading of it until June 30th. Does that meet? Am I reading that correctly? According to the way you'd read that as with regulatory knowledge?
Yeah, so I think as I read the amendment, and I'm reading it for the first time, but as I'm reading it, there are no PFAS standards for the biosolids. They have metals and VOCs like we talked about. But if there are no standards for PFAS, you wouldn't have an exceedance of those standards if they don't exist until after the rulemaking. That's how I read it.
Same. Yeah.
Okay, Representative Potenza.
But I'm totally fine if Representative Comtois if we want to do a floor amendment to make, instead of by June 30th, let's make that January 1st, 2027. I think that's fantastic. Let's move that up. I think that's a great idea. And just to Representative Scully's point, I read this as, and I could be wrong, I'd like the department to comment, for us to be able, when it talks about funding and testing, and this was really clear in our hearing, there was a lot of talk about that. This is going to be able to get us the data that we need. Remember, like we didn't have any testing data, and so folks don't have to spend that out of pocket, and they can go through that fund, because we didn't really have any examples. If you recall, I think you were here for the whole hearing.
Yeah, if I could speak to that briefly, I think subsequent to the hearing you're referring to, there was some sampling done by Saint-Gobain, so we do have some data. But speaking to the funding aspect of it, this amendment, line 31, amends RSA 45H and talks about adding to the purview of the Groundwater and Drinking Water Trust Fund. And just a few things I want to note about that. The primary funds for that trust fund originally came from MTBE settlements and lawsuits, over a decade ago. There have been some deposits into that fund related to PFAS, but those are related to settlements pertaining to contaminated drinking water sources. And my understanding is that money is committed to going back to water utilities. So as far as I'm aware, I don't believe there's any additional funds specific to PFAS that aren't already spoken for in the Groundwater Drinking Water Trust. But what it does give the purview to the Drinking Water Advisory Commission to deem it appropriate to use it for soil testing.
Okay, I want to have Representative Freeman. You had a comment?
I'm sorry, did Representative Haskins have a question?
No, I want Representative Thomas to answer the question.
Yeah, we'll get
Thank
there.
you,
We'll
Madam
get there.
Chair. So
Yeah.
I think this is a question that I'd like to ask you gentlemen, since no one has asked you.
Microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought my voice was loud enough. A question, a question that I'd like to ask you. If we were to change the June 2027 deadline, do you think that would be enough time to establish the rules that you need?
He said October.
Yes, thank you. So again, the estimated time frame currently is that the modeling project will be done by October of this year. Now, with any project, we know that can flux either way, right? Our mindset, and to be frank, what we told this group that's working on this is that we want this done right. If it takes a little extra time, that's okay, because we want it done properly.
Agreed.
So I don't want to say it's not going to be an issue, because I don't know if it's going to get bumped out a little bit more, and I don't want to back us into a corner.
No, I appreciate your honesty. You may have a follow-up.
Sure.
So I'd like to make a point about the concern that Representative Comtois has, and it's a valid concern. We pass it out of this committee. It goes to the full House next week. It gets voted on. Then it goes to the Senate. We don't know how long it's going to be hung up in the Senate, but we have to have everything out by the end of May, correct? Then in the wonderful chance that a good House bill doesn't go to the Senate to die, then it goes on to the governor's office. So it could be the end of the summer by the time we see this bill actually be codified into law. So I just wanted to point that timeline out. So after that, then the 60 days, the clock would start ticking. So it might be that slice that is the concern, but there may not even be a slice.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for that explanation. My concern is that we're entering already. I mean, if you're a farmer, you planned your season back in November and December. You've already planned everything out. And I understand that it could be June, but bumping it up to January 1 gives farmers the ability to start testing their soil over the summer. If we implement this now, it's they don't even have the chance to look at alternatives or to do anything else, you know. So I think it's really important say this is coming down the pike, and now you need to start testing your soil, because if you've already expended your dollars, your budget and everything, it is very difficult to do a 360 when you're farming. I mean, that's just the way it is. I mean, we have a very short season here. And I understand the importance of this bill, and I really appreciate the amendment, but I also have to look at the other side of the coin at the same time.
Representative Bixby?
Yeah, so I think that it is possible to have separate effective dates for separate sections of the bill. I think that the section section 1, which provides the civil immunity, should go into effect as soon as possible, because we don't want because if there's a fear of getting sued because your crops might have PFAS in them that you didn't realize before, you want that immunity in place before you start testing.
Yeah.
So I think that should follow the original effective date in the bill. I think section 2, which is talking about the, you know, when application of sludge can happen, and when testing happens, and when the when the maximum concentrations in the rules are dealt with, that we can put at a later date. And then I think that it doesn't really matter when the permission to the fund goes to allow this. So I think that we want to have a later, I think a floor amendment with a later date for section 2 would make sense, and then leave the other ones as is.
Representative Comtois?
I concur.
Yeah, I like that idea. Representative Gruber?
Yes, I just, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wish to hear from the prime sponsor of this
Yeah.
bill, if that's possible.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Representative Thomas? And then I'd like to hear from Mr. Johnson from Farm Bureau as to the changing effective dates for different sections. And your thoughts on that. Representative Thomas?
Yes, and thank you for letting me speak to this bill. I know it's not normal or not usually seen, but I want to read you.
For the record.
For the record, it's Representative Wendy Thomas. I represent the town of Merrimack. Just want to read you 2 very short emails that I've gotten from the stakeholders that I've been working with for several months on this bill. This is to Representative Germana. I hope you were able to give some thought to what I sent in my previous email. Based on what you've conveyed in our email, our coalition, including Merrimack Citizens for Clean Water, Testing for Peas, New Hampshire Sierra Club, Slingshot, Just Zero, Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association, and PFAS-impacted community advocates Andrea Amico, Lorene Allen, Adam Nordell, Cullen Jumper, as well as Allison Jumper, share a concern that the bill is moving away from regulating land application of sludge under health-based criteria. We would oppose a bill with your amendment as it currently exists. And then the second email I would like to read is from the scientist at Just Zero. Hi all, it is my opinion that we cannot support this bill as amended by Rep. Germana. It gives immunity without an end date. It has no attachment to continued land application, even when the harms are known, and rulemaking makes it prohibited, either in New Hampshire or at the federal level. It allows for money to be taken out of the Drinking Water and Groundwater Trust Fund and used for, quote, PFAS remediation projects, including those at wastewater treatment facilities. This should not happen. It is the wrong funding for this. It could drain the fund, allowing the water fund to spend taxpayer dollars on PFAS remediation, for which there currently are no good technologies for application at WWTFs. And those being tested cost millions. While spreading PFAS-contaminated sludge is not the direction the state should go, the Casellas and engineering firms that pushed land application will benefit most from this amendment. The taxpayer struggling to clean already PFAS-polluted water will be transferring dollars to the very same polluters that might have caused the contamination in the first place. And then there's the testing, which I have already addressed. Those are pretty significant objections. And so I've been working, as I said, I've been working with this group for months, and they have all withdrawn support if this amendment goes forward. Sometimes you got to kill your darlings. I'm going to ask this committee to ITL this amendment. If the amendment passes, I'm going to ask you to ITL the bill.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Mr. Johnson, would you like to lend your comments on the amendment and possibly making changes to effective dates as per the concern that Representative Comtois had brought up? I know that you had written to us to say that Farm Bureau did support this.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Rob Johnson, representing the New Hampshire Farm Bureau as the Federation's policy director. And yes, Representative Germano did contact me, and we talked over the bill, and then he did send me the amendment. Based on your discussion here, though, I think Representative Comtois had said that we would be very concerned if that effective date is not made clear, just for the reasons that were cited of planning and things like that for our farmers.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Representative Bixby has a question.
Actually, this
Oh.
is part of the discussion.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right, so I think that one thing that we need to pay attention to in Section 3 is that 485H7 already exists, and all of the language in this, except what is in italics, is current law. So the question of adding something, adding funding for remediation, that remediation language already exists. That's part of the way that fund is already structured, and as I believe there's a comment from DES about the existing purpose of those remediation funds for PFAS, specifically for drinking water. So the only thing we are adding to that section is the testing of agricultural soil, and the other thing is that this is permission to the trustees of that fund. It is not. It doesn't have a shall. It is a may. So there is another layer of evaluation before those funds get dispersed. In terms of whether or not this is sufficiently protective, I think that one of the things that we need to pay attention to is that often legislation is stepwise, and it is very difficult to pass legislation that is fully protective if people don't think that what you're protecting against is really there. The only way that we are going to get proper protection for agricultural soils is by having a sense of what's really in the soils. And the only way we're going to do that is by getting testing. The only way that we're going to, and this bill essentially establishes a mechanism for starting to test agricultural soils in New Hampshire. Without this bill, they will continue to be untested. We won't know what's going on with them, and that is and then any existing problem that we're not aware of will continue to be an existing problem we're not aware of. So we really need this in order to really know what's going on with their soils. In terms of the civil immunity, that is specifically for farmers, because if you're testing your land and there's a risk that you're going to discover something that you didn't want to know was there, it's bad for you to know that it's there already. But if you have prior customers who have been eating your food, the food you produced, and then decide to sue you because of it, that's even worse. So without that immunity, there's a strong disincentive to actually do the testing. So if we're going to move forward on this, we need to have a good routine for testing, and this bill provides that.
Yep. Representative Scully first, and then Representative Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to echo Representative Bixby's concern. What I heard here was that they don't want to provide immunity because what they're planning to do is to try to sue farmers out of existence down the road for things that were no fault of their own. They didn't know those chemicals were in the soil, the biosolids, when they were spread. So I think that we absolutely have to extend immunity to the farmers for things that they did that is no fault of their own. I think that's vital that we keep that in this legislation. And I think if the immunity is extended, then perhaps the testing issue isn't as important if they start testing before they have the standards in place, knowing that the farmers aren't going to be gone after the fact if we find out there is some contamination in there that was in material and they never knew it was there to begin with.
Thank you, Representative Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the obvious thing to me is if this biosludge has PFAS in it and it's already been spread on farmers' fields, why would they continue doing it? I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me. I think if I knew I had PFAS in the sludge that I got for fertilizer, I certainly want to keep ordering more.
Yeah, exactly.
This doesn't make any sense.
Okay, Representative Potenza.
I don't, with all due respect, Representative Scully, I don't know what you heard, but I didn't hear anything about wanting to go after farmers and sue them. So I'm not sure, maybe you misheard, but I didn't get that from any testimony that we've had here today.
Okay, Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do, before I continue on, just want to note that we've been on this for about 40 minutes or something like that. But I do also want to say that as somebody who, and this committee knows, is totally against offsetting the legislative power to rulemaking in almost every instance. I mean, when it came to the pesticide bills, I was in favor of killing those over doing something because I truly believe that that is sometimes the right way to move forward. But with PFAS and with this particular piece of legislation, I think Representative Bixby was 100% correct. We have to get something done here. Otherwise, the status quo of doing nothing will continue. And so I appreciate the concerns of people who want to get everything all at once accomplished. And even more so than that, who want to get something more than just this very well-crafted compromise done. But we have to deal with the other body and the governor's office. And I think that this is a piece of legislation, as Representative Germana put in his initial statement, that could actually pass. Most of the bills that we pass through this committee, like neonics or pesticides or the rest, have no chance in whatever form they're in. This, I believe, actually has a shot of passing. And so I'm going to vote to support the compromise here and hopefully move it forward in the process and testify to the Senate in that.
Representative Germana.
Thank you. I'll keep this quick. I just want to reiterate a point I made earlier. We can't tell DES. I understand the concern about moving away from health-based standards. We don't have health-based standards for soil additives. We don't have health-based standards for soil. That's not, it's concentration, which is what we're talking about here. The health-based standards, which we have to meet, are for groundwater and for drinking water. So I hear that concern, but we can't have a bill that tells them to develop health-based standards for soil because that is not the way DES determines concentration levels in soil.
Representative Gruber, and then we should wrap this up and decide how we want to do this. Representative Gruber.
Yes, this is a lot of time on this. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this bill, as looking at the whole situation, this is a serious situation. It's come on for many years, and I think this is probably an okay first step, with the understanding that it doesn't limit what we need to pass next year, which includes a lot of other things, including charging those who are discharging the PFAS into the sewer system, and the local governments have to deal with it. That's not right. So I'm supportive of this as a first step. It's not adequate for everything, but I think we should try to move forward.
Yeah, thank you. So for me, and I'm just going to wrap this up and then we can go ahead and do what we're going to do. I am supportive of the amendment because I think it does make a good compromise with the bill and makes it workable. I will support an OTPA with this amendment, with the understanding that there would be a floor amendment forthcoming to adjust the effective date for Section 2. The effective date for Section 1 should be as soon as possible with the civil immunity, and the effective date as well for the fund. But I do agree with Representative Comtois regarding implementing an effective later date to match up with the June 30 and also with the growing season. So that's why I would support an OTPA with the understanding that a floor amendment would be forthcoming. With that, do I hear a motion? Representative Germana.
Madam Chair, I move OTPA with, no.
No.
Thank you.
Adopt
I move we adopt Amendment 2026-0925H for HB 1275.
Do I hear a second? Okay, Representative Wheeler. And I guess there's no further comment. We've talked about this enough. So I would like the clerk to call the roll on the amendment adoption for 0925H for HB 1275.
Vice Chair Barber.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Kenny.
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Scully.
Yes.
Representative Minor.
Yes.
Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
No.
Representative Wheeler.
Yay.
Representative Gruber.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
vote is 12-1. Motion passes.
Okay, do I hear an amendment for OTPA? Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam
Okay.
Chair. I move OTPA on HB 1275.
And do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Representative Freeman, thank you, Representative Freeman. And no further discussion.
Ready?
I ask the clerk to call the roll on the motion of OTPA with Amendment 0925H for HB 1275.
Vice Chair Barber.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Kenny.
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Scully.
Yes.
Representative Minor.
Yes.
Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
No.
Representative Wheeler.
Yay.
Representative Gruber.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
12-1. Shall we put it on consent? Oh, can't go
No,
on
we
consent.
will not
Okay.
put that on consent
Sorry.
because we want to have a floor amendment presented.
Thank you.
And Representative Germana, would you please work on putting that together perhaps with Representative Comtois?
I would be happy to.
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, who's going to put the floor amendment in?
I guess Representative Germana working with Representative Comtois.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I want to ask the committee, we have 3 bills yet to discuss. Do we want to break for lunch and
No.
come back? No,
No.
just
Let's push
plow
through.
push through.
Yes.
All right, I'm good with that because I know weather is coming.
I'm on antibiotics.
All right.
Well, go take a break.
Cookie break, too.
Okay, I'm going to ask members to please take their seats. We had a cookie break. Thank you, Representative Potenza.
Welcome.
No, you only have one amendment that you're presenting?
Yes, well, if we get to that.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Waiting for Representative Haskins. Oh, no. Representative Scully.
We'll wait for him real quick. We need him.
Is he outside?
Let me go see. Thank you.
Kevin! Oh.
Okay. We can talk though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We can. Okay. Okay, so moving along, we've got 3 bills left. And I think we're going to have plenty of discussion of those. So, but I do want to get out as soon as we can because I know that there's weather coming. So, in any case, we are at HB 1488 relative to rabies vaccines for animals. And I see in front of us, everybody has a copy of an amendment. And this amendment was put out by Representative Potenza. So would you please explain the amendment to the committee?
Happy to. Okay, so just based upon lots of conversations, within the committee and with, prime sponsor and, of course, hearing feedback, from the department and such, we decided to turn, when we're talking about titers and in rabies and all of that kind of stuff, into a study committee. So it basically takes all of that, all of that into account. So you've got, the things that they're going to be looking at, our lines on the first page, lines 17, 18, 19, and 20. Just the current statutes surrounding it, of course, and exemptions, vaccines and exemptions for rabies. Just the evidence that is out there, but it would be really great if it's all, provided and people can come, of course, even testify to that, whether it be through vets and other different organizations as well. How other states are handling this. And then, of course, talking about public health, veterinary, municipal, and legal implications if we were going to modify our rabies vaccination requirements. So that is that. And then we would go to page 2, which I'm really happy if we can move this forward, is we're defining, what qualifies like in an exemption. And these things, although they might be known, I think it's really great to put them into statute. So instead of just saying veterinary medical condition, we basically are now saying where vaccination is I can't ever pronounce that word. Contraindicated due to...
Contraindicated.
Thank you. Contraindicated. Ugh, I can't do it. Anyway, due to the animal's medical condition or would endanger the animal's life or health due to disease, infirmity, disability, ongoing therapy, documented prior adverse reaction, or other veterinary medical considerations. And then the other change that's made is for the initial vaccine exemption, instead of having it be through 3 veterinary, entities, we brought that down to 2. Of course, we know all of this is still reported to the state veterinarian, but he's, in a sense, doesn't have to be that decision maker. Your current vet is, as well as, the second kind of tier would be the American College of Veterinary Internal Medicine another doctor of that. And then of course, everything else is still the same as is in statute. So that's it in a nutshell.
And this is the only amendment that you're bringing to the committee on this bill?
If this amendment doesn't pass, then I have another amendment as well.
Oh, okay. Would you like to tell us what the other amendment is?
The other
first?
amendment is just a study committee.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so I have an issue with the section 6 of the bill, which is the making changes to RSA 436-100, because this is something that we did not consider in our public hearing. I think that this is not germane. I think that if we want to bring forward legislation that changes the way that immunization exemptions are issued, then that would be something to bring forward for next year. I don't think that should happen as part of our deliberation on this bill. So that's my feeling about this. In terms of studying it, I'm not opposed to the idea of studying it. I just wonder whether the better mechanism for that would be a study committee or using interim study. The advantage of using interim study would be that we wouldn't have to depend on this then, the study committee then passing the full House and then passing the Senate and then getting signed by the governor. But I'm not opposed to the idea of studying.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I would just say that I think that since the study committee is, in its charge, one of the things it's supposed to look at is the availability and scope of rabies vaccination exemptions. I wouldn't be in favor of passing this amendment, which changes the language around rabies exemptions. Because that is, to me, one of the things that the study committee should help to determine or make recommendations on. I would also, I vacillate on the study committee in part because one of my study committees was killed because we said we were up to here with study committees. So I'm waffling on the study committee, but I would prefer that over this bill because to me, the language around exemption should be part of what the study committee does.
Okay, as far as I know, we're up to 2. This would be the 3rd. That's just so if we're keeping count here, okay?
Madam Chair, could I speak to that real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
And then Representative Gruber, and then I guess we have questions down there.
So this is not changing exemptions at all. I want to be crystal clear. All of these things that are mentioned here, this doesn't change exemptions at all. It's not as if right now, if you get a vaccine exemption, rabies exemption for your dog or your cat, I guess, even your ferret, because I didn't even realize we were doing ferrets, but those veterinary medical conditions are exactly what is defined. It just wasn't defined before. So those are known entities right now where you can get an exemption. So there's nothing new in there. That's what people are going for. And it's never been spelled out. So there is no change in exemptions at all. These things are what people are getting them for now. It just was never outlined. And I think it's nice to have it outlined specifically.
Okay, Representative Gruber.
Yes, I wanted to just say a few things first. This is a really serious issue, and our state veterinarian stated that, rabies is death. It's not getting ill. I did a little research, and fortunately in the United States, we only had 2 rabies events. They were caused by bats, 0 by dogs. So we actually have a system that's working to protect humans. I'm also concerned about not hurting dogs. The data we received on the blood titer testing said it was not conclusive of what titer testing would actually, what level is needed. It hasn't been done yet. And therefore, that needs to be done. A study committee I would support if it includes the state veterinarian's office, so that because the vet office is not, the state veterinarian office is not included on the study committee list of participants, and it's excluded from this other policy area on your First Amendment. So I would say that in conclusion, I think study committee is okay, but I think it's very important to have the state veterinarian office included in that process, so that we actually look at good data. And if the science is out there that we can do titer testing in place of regular shots, great. If not, we need to continue. Thank you.
I just want to point out the study committee can invite anybody they wish in to come and help them go through any information that they collect. So I don't think that they would be excluded from participating.
Yeah, they're not.
And I want to go over there first. Representative Freeman, did you have a question?
I
or-
did, but I will defer to Representative Haskins.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam
It'll
Chair.
cost you.
I could say it already has, but that wouldn't be true. I wonder if we could ask our state vet whether he approves of this amendment.
Sure, we can. But let me have Representative Comtois make a comment or a question or whatever, and then I'd certainly like to invite Dr. Prescott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I agree with Representative Bixby that an interim study would probably be preferable to a study committee, because that way we can actually study it. If we do the study committee, we have to get it past the House, and then I believe, do we have to get it past the other body also?
Yes.
So I think an interim study for this bill is probably the way to go, so that we can, because this keeps coming up. I mean, what are we on, year 4?
Yeah.
5, I don't know, of this bill. And I think, and with an interim study, we can still invite anybody we want to come before the committee. We can do all the things that a study committee does, except that it's this committee that does it.
Can we?
So,
Yeah, but we couldn't have another rep though on it from the outside.
Representative Freeman and then Representative Wheeler. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I don't think it's any secret how I feel about study committees. So I will, it's no secret. Well, I think it's a good idea. I would be more inclined to go with an interim study as opposed to a study committee, because I think that is something that we can get off the ground a lot quicker. Unfortunately, I was not here the day that the testimony was offered on this bill. I have a multitude of questions. So I would be supporting an interim study, but I will not support a study committee.
Okay. Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. An interim study, just to answer Representative Potenza's inquiry, could include Representative Kelly in terms of, like we just did with Representative Thomas, bringing her up to the dais to speak on the bill, and she could be in the room the whole time as well. Has the same leeway as a legislative study committee in that sense. Okay. I was going to say something else, but I think now that the committee has moved towards the conversation of interim study, I believe that is the right way to move forward. I think a study committee, will be hard to get passed through the Senate, but also signed by the governor. And the interim study allows us to do the same mechanic, but while passing it only through the House, which I think is possible.
Okay. Representative Minor.
Yes, I just want to thank Representative Wheeler for being brief.
It's the cookies talking. All right.
Representative Potenza.
So I just want to understand process. So if we're going to take this, do I have to do then, I'd have to do a floor amendment, right? Or
No,
We could move interim study.
we could just move interim study on the original bill.
But then I don't get that.
Okay. Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd still like to hear from Dr. Prescott.
Yeah, sure.
He was just reading the bill.
Yeah, sure.
I know. He's
Dr.
only had a
Prescott,
moment.
come join us in this discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I will admit I'm just seeing this now, so I apologize if doesn't seem overly thought out. I do have some concerns with the proposed language. I don't understand the need to put it besides a veterinary medical condition warrants. My concerns are it's very unclear health due to disease, like what infirmity or disability in terms of exemptions. It just becomes very, very unclear what that means in terms of, and that's very subjective. It's not an objective measurement. So it
Is it any more clear than just general veterinary medical condition? I mean, because that's pretty
It
vague
is.
too.
It is vague, but then it's left up to the veterinarian to determine. Whereas when we add the other things, then it becomes
Prescriptive.
yes, prescriptive.
Okay, so I guess that's a
And sorry
discussion
if
that
this
we
is my
can have.
initial-
That's okay.
Yeah.
And no,
And
no,
then
no,
the
it's fine. And then,
second
you know,
request to
so-
remove the state veterinarian from the list.
and it's nothing against you personally.
Right.
Because I think, you know, there was also the thought of, you know, perhaps relieving the state veterinarian from an extra layer of work that perhaps may or may
Sure.
not be necessary.
So
and I guess maybe, you know, both this and the what the different illnesses or whatever warrants is something that, you know, certainly an interim study proposal could take into consideration. So,
sure.
yeah.
No, I was just going to say I have run into already in the exemptions that have been administered situations where I have been asked to intervene. There are veterinarians that do not feel that they can stand up to their clients, and so they ask the state veterinarian to do the part to have that education. It's not a position that I like to, but I just will mention it that it has come up. And then there's actually been other times when I have advocated for the vaccination exemption because, you know, from my understanding, so then had more extensive conversations with the diplomat of the American Veterinary Colleges where I say, are you certain, like my readings? And so it is an additional opportunity for that conversation to go on. It's as it is last year, I believe it was removed from that the rabies exemption was removed from with our oversight from each time to just the primary time. So removing the state veterinarian from it altogether, I do think there's value in it because I also bring up questions about vaccines and whether if there are adverse conditions that they are reported. So I ask the questions of the veterinarians when they're going through this, why they are doing this. And I found, unfortunately, that even though some of the veterinarians are required to report adverse reactions, they're not. And so just because it's part of it. So I do think it's worth having my office at least have some oversight, or I don't want to say oversight, but some agreement. That way I can make sure that the various reasons are really being considered and what's best for the health of the animal and for the situation. But that's just
Okay.
my opinion.
Well, thank you for your opinion. We appreciate that. Sure. Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for just humoring me with a question. I understand, I love what you just said, but what doesn't make sense to me is you've got a client or a patient with their veterinarian that basically said, okay, this dog needs to be exempt. Then it goes to the next level of another doctor that basically confirms and all of that. So why would then there need to be a third doctor in that? That's what I'm saying. You're saying you're overriding something directly from the vet, but that wouldn't happen because you'd be overriding it from the second layer. So to me, it seems like a real higher level of bureaucracy here that is not needed. So if that was the case, I would cut out the middle person and then just keep you. So then we shouldn't have the second tier. There should only have to be 2 tiers. There shouldn't have to be 3 tiers, is what I'm trying to say.
And in reality, this is the kind of conversation that would have to be had either in an interim study or a study committee, okay?
But do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
My thought is that I'm also representing public health, so if you would turn your sorry about that. My consideration is that I would also be representing public health in that discussion. So the veterinarians are only worried about the health of the animal. That is the only concern in the discussion. And rabies is broader than just the particular animal involved.
So given that, and I appreciate you taking the time to come up and make some clarifications and whatnot, I'd like to know from the committee whether or not we would like to either move this amendment along or just simply have an interim study motion. Representative Comtois.
I move interim study.
Okay. Okay.
Question?
So Representative
Just,
Gruber?
just a question. Being a newbie here, how does interim study work?
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so when a bill is assigned to interim study, it does not go forward in that term, but there is a commitment on the part of the committee to hold sessions to study that matter. And those hearings are the same as any other public hearing where we call witnesses, we invite public commentary, and at the end of that interim study, there is a recommendation that the bill merits further legislation or that it doesn't.
Okay, so the motion is moved interim study and has been seconded. Representative Comtois, would you like to speak to your amendment? I mean, to your motion?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that there was a question on when we usually start our interim studies. Typically, we start them in the fall, as with other study committees.
That's just not going to happen with elections. We're in an election year. There's just no way that's going to happen.
There's a lot of interim studies coming.
Correct.
I can tell you from personal experience being on this committee for 5 terms that when we say we're going to study something, we have always studied whatever we have said, whether it be on a study committee or an interim study. Interim study does not mean that this does not get a hearing. It will go forth.
Sure.
Sure, Representative Wheeler.
If I may also just add for Representative Potenza's concern on election, timing and everything like that. When I was on criminal justice in my first term, we did have a few interim studies, and we were able to get it done throughout the election as well with no scheduling concerns.
Okay. All right, the motion is interim study, and we've had discussion. I'd like the clerk to call the roll then.
Thank you. Vice Chair Barber.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Kenny.
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
No.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Scully.
Yes.
Representative Minor.
Yes.
Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Germana.
No.
Representative Haskins.
Aye.
Representative Wheeler.
Yay.
Representative Gruber.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
the vote is 11-2. Motion passes.
Okay, is that something we can put on consent? Oh, it doesn't go. Right, that's right. Never mind.
No, if the people who say,
Mike.
yeah, so it can't go on consent. Because we do vote on it on the floor. Oh, sorry. We do vote on interim study on the floor. It can go on consent if the people who voted no agree to put it on consent.
We can have fun with that.
Okay.
Should let it go on consent. We're not arguing an interim study versus study committee on the floor.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd let it go on consent. If somebody else wants to pull it and do they can fight that battle.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to HB 1620. Representative Bixby, you have an amendment to discuss with us.
Yes, I do. So let me see if I can find it in my pile of stuff here.
Before we move on, I do want to express my appreciation to Representative Potenza, Barber, and Kelly for bringing this amendment to us and the thoughtfulness that you have with this bill. So thank you, and I hope we can continue that and come up with something in the fall.
Okay, so the amendment to 1620 basically this is very similar to the amendment that we discussed in our work session last week or the week before. I made I made one change from what we discussed before. All right, let me back up. So, the first amendment that I brought, there was some concern about saying that you can't put an underground storage in new construction, and I decided to remove that. It's a very low probability case, and if that were to happen, I think that it would be anyone who is installing it would want to make sure there were ample safeguards. So I felt that was not, we didn't need to keep that part. And thank you to Representatives Scully and Minor for suggesting that. The other change I made was changing the timing of, or changing how it's determined if the system should be removed. The previous version had that if it is unused for 12 months, then it gets removed. But that's a relatively arbitrary measure. So what on recommendation from Representative Scully, if a change in the heating system removes it from use, that would be a reason to have the tank, require that the tank be removed. And then I added to that, or if the owner does not intend to use it in the future. And those are both things that, in terms of, we always ask how things are going to be enforced. Well, there's enforcement and then there's compliance. And compliance is really what we want. And the way that, so anyone who's in the home heating oil business will be aware that this change has happened to statute. They will advise their customers that by statute the tank needs to be removed, and that is a very low impact way of doing the compliance. If there is a issue in terms of being able to pay for it, there is in fact the oil remediation fund has funding to help remove tanks that are out of service. So I think this provides a good way to make sure that tanks are removed and that are not ever going to be used again, and that is a good way of defending the environment.
Okay, Representative Freeman, and then Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Bixby, for putting this amendment forward. The one thing I noticed is that there is no longer from the original bill the requirement that there's disclosure of the tank. I did not see that in your amendment.
So you mean for real estate transactions?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that is in that is line 24's
line
new
24.
sub-paragraph notification.
Conveyance of realty. Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you. That's why I asked. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are, you'll agree, I think, there are other ways of making tanks less harmful. For instance, you could fill them with verlicumite or other types of fluids that would suck up any remaining fuel. But I don't see that anywhere in your amendment. And this would be a considerable savings for those that are selling or buying a house, or those that no longer use particular heating oil to heat their house. I was wondering if you considered that at all.
Okay, so so basically what it's relying on the mechanisms in fire code for removing or closure in place. And so section 2, a residential heating oil ground storage tank required to be removed under this section may be permanently abandoned by closure in place according to fire code as assigned in RSA 153:1, etc., if removing the system would undermine the integrity of an overlying structure. So
perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have any other questions? Representative Comtois, I know you had a question regarding underground tanks. No? Okay.
Madam
You're
Chair?
good. You had that answered. Okay, good enough. Representative Scully.
Thank you. I may have said this to the whole body, but my position on most legislation is that my default answer is no, unless I can be convinced to say yes. Congratulations, Representative Bisky. I'm going to say yes.
Is
Thank you.
is
Ethics violation.
I don't know if anybody watches the British baking show. Is that like a Paul handshake? Paul, Paul Hollywood's handshake. Yes. Okay, great. Okay, good enough. All right. Well, any other discussion on HB 1620?
I think we need a motion.
I'd like to hear a motion then.
Yes, I would, I'd like to move HB 1620 and offer amendment 2026-0936H.
Okay. Representative Scully seconds.
I second.
Thank you, Representative Scully. All right. Would you like to speak to your amendment?
I think we've
already
dealt with
spoken.
the speaking, and now it's time to do some
All
voting.
right, good enough. Okay, so this is for moving the amendment. Oh gosh, what's the number? I'm sorry. 00936H. And I ask the clerk to call the roll on moving that amendment.
Vice Chair Barber.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Kenny.
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Scully.
Yes.
Representative Minor.
Yes.
Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Jamana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Aye.
Representative Wheeler.
No.
Okay. Representative Gruber.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Motion passes 12-0.
Okay, so hold on, let me just write this down.
No.
No, not yet.
amendment.
No, that's the amendment. And what, I'm sorry, what was the amendment number again?
2026-0936H.
Okay, and that's for HB 1620. All right, do I hear an OTPA motion?
Yes, I move OTPA on HB 1620 with amendment 2026-0936H.
Okay, do I hear a second?
I second.
Representative Scully seconds, so OTPA
So nice they
on
together.
HB, so the motion is OTPA on HB 1620 with the amendment to go to 60936H. And I ask the clerk to call the roll on that.
Vice Chair Barber.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Kenny.
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Scully.
Yes.
Representative Minor.
Yes.
Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Jamana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Aye.
Representative Gruber.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
12-0. Motion passes. Shall it go on consent?
Go
I
on
think
consent.
so.
Yes, thank you. All right, one
I
more.
believe so.
We got one more. HB 1766, relative to cruelty to livestock, and I know that Representative Comtois was working with the subcommittee and also has an amendment to offer to us to explain to us.
Well, I wasn't planning on doing both clerking and speaking. That's okay. I'm only kidding.
We know you can do it, though.
Get an extra cookie.
Bribery
Boy,
will
those
get you
cookies
everywhere.
Went fast, didn't they?
Okay, everyone should have a copy of the amendment 20260985H, which is the amendment to HB 1766. So we've made some changes. We've added a new section. So it talks about in cruelty to animals, we're amending section 644:8 for A1 to read any person charged with animal cruelty under paragraphs 3 or 3A may have his or her animals except for livestock confiscated by the arresting officer. Confiscation of livestock shall be governed by paragraph 4-B. It's a whole new section dealing with just livestock. So that because the way the bill was originally written, it was really going to mess with all animals, and because we were dealing with livestock, we had to do a new subsection. We did the same thing in cruelty to animals. You'll see where except for livestock, which is governed. So if you go down to line 26, this is the new paragraph in the new section, cruelty to animals, livestock. And we've inserted a whole new paragraph. So a lot of it mimics what's already an existing law for animals and dogs. But it also says that no animal shall be confiscated unless a person is charged under the exception, except when there is probable cause to believe the livestock's life is in imminent danger. And there was a lot of discussion about the word imminent danger. The commissioner had some concerns, but the sheriff said that they deal with imminent danger all the time. And for law enforcement, that wording really needed to stay in there. The commissioner then concurred. And then we went on, and at the last sentence there in line 4, we put that any person not charged within 7 days of having their livestock confiscated shall have them returned. Important to note that if your animals are confiscated because probably, but you're no longer charged, they must be returned to you within 7 days. I think that's really important. So we just, a lot of it's the same as in the other sections. But wherever there was the word animal, we put the word livestock. Yeah, Representative Potenza.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question because I think it's great. Page 2, line 4 to 5, where it says any person not charged within 7 days of having their livestock confiscated shall have them returned. Isn't that also, doesn't that help too with funds with the state as well? Does that?
It does.
Okay, wonderful.
So, yeah. So it just goes on to say that any person charged may petition the court. Courts shall give cases in livestock. You know, they have to have a hearing within 14 days. All of this is already a lot of this is reiteration, but we wanted to make sure wherever the word animal was, we put in the word livestock so that it specifically deals with livestock. We do have under here on section E. There was some discussion. I'll go to the end of line 23 specifically. If the treating veterinarian believes that the livestock which has been confiscated is in a state of suffering and the cost to alleviate the suffering will exceed the amount of allowable reimbursement as set by in the rule, that is the cost of care fund, unless the owner pays for care, the animal shall be euthanized. And Representative Bixby.
Yeah, and I'd just like to note that there was a fair amount of discussion about this, but I'd like to note, first of all, it says unless the owner pays for the care. It doesn't say if the owner agrees to pay for the care. It says if the owner pays for the care. And the other thing is there was a question about should the animal shall be euthanized or may be euthanized. And the commissioner pointed out very appropriately that by putting may there, it would risk putting the attending veterinarian in a very difficult position. And by putting the shall there, the question of the question is then, is it in a state of suffering that would make euthanasia appropriate? Once you've made that decision about the level of the state of suffering, there's not a question about the shall.
Thank you, Representative Bixby. So again, it basically goes on to talk. A lot of this is, like I said, reiterated law, but everything has been changed. Where the word animal was has been changed to livestock. That section was one of the changes that we did make, and we have to understand that livestock is different than our pets. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands that. We also had, we had some wording in there where they couldn't use the person's name, couldn't be publicized or anything, but law enforcement said that's almost impossible because if someone's being charged, they're usually in the paper, whether it's for, driving fast or whatever. So line 3, H, any donations raised using the stories or likeness of the animals in protective custody shall be used to offset the cost of care of such animals. so that if they're collecting donations, if there's XX donations, then whoever's raising those funds gets to keep that and expend them however they want. But they must first be used to offset the cost of care. Okay, what else? So again, a lot of it is reiteration. And, then we're into, I believe, protective custody, temporary custody. I'm trying to see. You have to understand all the words are blurring together. I've looked at this so much. Please.
Holy cow, I need a magnifying glass.
Yeah, I didn't have this printed. I'm sorry. I just have a quick question. So on page 3, so it would be it's number 4CA from like 5 down to 24. Is that I know I've read this before, but is that specific already like currently in law, or is there a lot of changes in that
I was about to address that.
Okay, wonderful.
Okay, so this is there are a lot of changes in 4CA relative to the chapter that's there already. And it's a chapter we may want to revisit in other legislation for all animals, but we're not going to mess with that here. We're just going to deal with livestock. So the previous version of this was not clear about the boundaries of what temporary protective custody was. So it wasn't clear whether someone could take animals into temporary protective custody if the owner was there, and if the attending officer just didn't feel like arresting the person, they could take things into protective custody in order to save the person being charged, which then removes any sort of recourse to due process from the person. That was a big problem. So what we have done is we've made it very clear that where the boundaries of protective custody are, and that it is distinct from from what's talked about in the previous section we just discussed, which is when there is a criminal charge made. We have limited it to an appropriate law enforcement officer or animal control officer. Those are the only people who are authorized to take animals into protective custody. It cannot be a officer of a licensed humane society because humane societies are not licensed. So this is so that's a significant improvement. And I'm not going to go into all the gory details about how you can what the bounds are here, but the key thing is this makes it very clear where protective custody is applicable and where it's not.
I'd also like to add in on that, if you go to the end of line 9, we added in sections that said, such officer shall leave a written notice indicating the type and number of livestock taken into protective custody, the name of the officer, the time and date taken, the reason it was taken, the procedure to have the livestock returned, and any other relevant information. And the notice shall be left at the location where the livestock was taken into custody. That is extremely important for a lot of different reasons.
Representative Potenza.
Yeah, I just read through this quickly and then just read through that again, and I think that's fantastic because if we can all remember, for people that were at the hearings, like clear information is so important, and that's it's people know what's happening, when, and all of that. It's just it's really wonderful, and it's how it should be for anything in this nature. So this is really a fantastic paragraph.
Representative Scully and then Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm sorry, it may be dealt with in here, but the text is small and my eyes are weak. I added a couple of questions. So on page 2, line 4, you had mentioned that any person not charged within 7 days shall have the animals returned. On lines 11 through 13, it says, in cases where the livestock have been confiscated, statute hearing shall be held within 14 days. So there seems to be a conflict between the dates. And I'll just ask the other question now so you can pass the answer to both of them. If the animals are returned within 7 days, who covers the cost?
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That question has been asked several times, and we don't have a clear answer on that right at the moment. But to do anything financial, put anything with a financial note in this bill, it's something I think that needs to be addressed in future legislation on that particular point. But I think the key is getting this passed without any financial consequences. I don't know about that. And the other thing is the courts have to give 14 days, and 14 days is the person is charged. But if the person's not being charged, they have to return the animals. See, the 14 days is if that the court has to give them priority if they're being charged. So there can be the officer could intend to charge and then may decide not to charge them. That means they must be returned. But if they're holding them, that must mean there has to be a charge, and a hearing has to be held for the disposition of the animals.
All right, one other quick question, and thank you. So the 14 days is from the date at which they are charged, is that correct?
I believe from the day they are confiscated.
I see. Okay.
Okay, Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Where do I want to start here, I suppose? I guess I would start by asking about the, Officer of a Duly Licensed Humane Society provisions, because it does still say on page 1, line 9, any appropriate law enforcement officer, animal control officer, or officer of duly licensed humane societies may take into temporary protective custody any animal except for livestock, which is governed by that subsection.
Okay, so,
We missed it.
well, no, we didn't miss it. This is what we're putting off until until next term to deal with in another bill. Because in order to do the livestock, we had to make a separate section.
Right.
And and in making that separate section, we can't change stuff that is in the current sections for all animals. So everything on on page 1 from up until line 26 is basically existing statute, except for the stuff in italics where it is basically pointing to the new section by separating out livestock. So the reason that that's in there is because we're not changing it.
Well, I guess that'd be my question then, because I mean,
Does it make does it make sense to change it? Yes. Does it make sense to change it in this bill? No.
okay, that I guess answers my question. I don't know, but I guess the other question that I would have is about, and I know that the state vet answered this when he came up to speak at the last work session, but I just wanted to hone in on it again, which was the telehealth provision. Given that we had just voted down telehealth, there is still included in page 2, line 3, or by video, when it says accompanied by the state vet, his designee, in person or by video.
Go ahead, Representative Comtois, you can reply.
Thank you. So that is not telehealth. So if there is an animal that is in imminent danger and there's probable cause, and that animal needs to be moved, and the vet is 3 hours away, or their designee is not able to get there, then a video, which means they're taking a video, they're moving around the animal, the place, they're taking a picture of everything to determine cause. Is it the best way to do that? Absolutely not. In person is always best. But in certain circumstances, that may be necessary. We didn't want to leave it to chance and say, oh, you know what, the vet's not going to get there or your designee is not going to be there for another 6 hours while the animal is suffering. That is a provision that, if needed, can be done. There are certain cases where you can look immediately and know that the animal is suffering and that they should be taken right away. There are other cases where in person is absolutely probably necessary, but in order to make a determination, if someone else is saying that it's in imminent danger, we need to have that to be available. It's a lot different than telehealth because they're not making a determination. Well, they are making a determination, but it's about the life of the animal in imminent danger.
I understand that. I won't push back now, but can I get one more follow-up? Madam
Sure
Chair?
can.
The last bit of clarification or just questions that I had was around Beth Sargent and the chief of police's lobbyists wondering if they had been participating in the subcommittee and so on those lines.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the sheriff was here, participated in this. Last fall, the chiefs were also, I believe, were they? Yes, they were involved. There was a meeting of a lot of organizations that met regarding this bill. Okay, and the chiefs and the sheriffs were representative. And the sheriff was in support of a lot of the language in this bill. Imminent danger being one of them that he needed to have remained in the bill.
Yeah, it's really inappropriate for you to do that.
Excuse me? Oh.
Saying she's blind.
All right. This is a work session and we're not taking comments from people in the seats there. Any other questions or comments regarding the amendment?
Well, you want to continue?
I'd just like to note that in our work session, the subcommittee work session a week or so ago, we had very active participation from the sheriffs, from the humane societies, what we heard there played a real role in the final amendment that you see here.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? All right. Somebody like to make a motion? Representative Comtois.
I would like to make a motion to adopt 20260985H on House Bill 1766.
Second, Bixby.
I'll second that.
Thank you. And I believe we've discussed this, so unless there's any other further discussion, I'd like the clerk to call the roll on adoption of Amendment 20260985H.
Vice Chair Barber.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Kenny.
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Scully.
Yes.
Representative Minor.
Yes.
Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Aye.
Representative Wheeler.
Nay.
Representative Gruber.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
motion passes 12-1.
Okay, do I hear a motion for OTPA on HB 1766 with amendment 20260985H?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion for OTPA on House Bill 1766.
Okay, do I hear a second?
So I second that.
Thank you, Representative Bixby. And unless there's any further discussion,
Madam Chair, if I
Representative Wheeler.
really briefly could just, I really appreciate the work that has been done on this bill, and I am voting no because, as was told to me by a mentor of mine when I first came into the legislature, when you're unsure, vote no. And so I am just an unsure position when it comes to the complexities of this bill and how it interacts with law enforcement on the ground and the things that we're trying to do here. Bringing forward more due process on confiscation of animals and ensuring that that kind of confiscation and prosecution using the statutes is done by government and the public sector is 100% important to me. I mean, I don't want to offset criminal penalties and their prosecution to private organizations. And so I'm going to follow this bill closely, but right now, just unsure, so I'm going to vote no.
All right, thank you. Any other, Representative Potenza?
Just because we've done accolades for other things, I just have to say that the amount of work that Representative Comtois and Bixby, that this has been, I mean, huge. It's, you know, it's like the landfill stuff, you know, we talk trash, we talk animals, we just, but I mean, just so much work. And, you know, where it's gone over to the other side of the aisle or the body and then come back, and we've really just an intense amount of work, and it's so appreciated from many people in the state, especially some constituents that are in my area. So thank you.
Yep, thank you. Okay, with that, I'd like to have the clerk call the roll for for OTPA of HB 1766 with the amendment 2026-0985H.
Vice Chair Barber.
Yes.
Clerk says votes yes. Representative Kenny.
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Scully.
Yes.
Representative Minor.
Yes.
Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Aye.
Representative Wheeler.
Nay.
Representative Gruber.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Vote is 12-1. Shall it go on consent? Thank
Okay,
you.
on consent. And that concludes the 10 House bills that we were supposed to get done today. I do need committee reports from, let's see here. So I got, let's see, 2 from Representative Bixby. One is for 1189, one is for 1620. I have 3 from Representative Comtois. Yep, one is for HB 1305, the telehealth bill. One is for HB 1488, the rabies vaccine bill, and HB 1766. I have a committee report from Representative Germana for HB 1275, and a committee report from Representative Potenza for HB 1478, and then 3 from Representative Aaron. So I need those committee reports as soon as possible, because we have to get those. Yeah.
Mine is in your inbox already.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank
and
you
mine
so much.
is,
Good. Okay, thank you so much. And,
I love it.
and so that concludes our House bills. Congratulations for all the hard work, and everybody is done. I have already on my list 2.
No, not 2.
Yes, we
I
have.
do have a question about.
We
before
have
go on.
prohibiting municipalities from requiring licenses for the production and sale of homestead food products. I believe that's Senator Sullivan's bill.
The pickle bill.
The pickle bill. I also have SB 644 requiring background checks for solid waste and hazardous waste facility owners. I do believe that we will be getting another version of the Siting Evaluation Committee.
Yep,
And I
593.
do believe we will be getting another version of an animal cruelty bill. So, I don't know whatever else is coming. If, depending on what gets dumped into our hopper, I might schedule something on the 17th.
So it sounds like those 2 bills are early Senate bills. We'll have to get those out ASAP.
Yeah, I don't know, we'll see, as soon
I
as
just had
we
a quick
can.
question about
And
committee
Representative Bixby?
reports.
Okay,
Yeah,
one second.
going back to 1275, we're not putting that on consent. I just wanted to make sure, did anyone who voted against that want to do a minority report? Okay, so Representative Haskins wants to do, is going to be doing a minority report on that. So
Okay,
PFAS.
Oh, sorry.
And I have,
okay, so
So-
1275,
Okay. And what about the interim study? Is that,
yeah, can I talk about that real quick? Yeah, so I had, of course, what is it, 1478? That's, so, and I already have that done, so I'll email it to you before I, get up from this chair. But I would, for Representative Comtois, you know, I got a little aggressive and I wrote my amendment's gonna pass bill for the rabies exemption. So if you want, I can modify that. So because I think I know your points. So for you, and then do you need a minority on that? Because even though I voted no.
Well, if it's on consent, we can't have a minority report.
Oh, that's right. Duh. Okay.
on consent.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay, perfect then. So do you want me to, I'll send you what I have so that, because I know you've got like 3, so.
The only one not on consent was 1275. Okay,
All right,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Representative Scully,
When we're done with business, I want to make sure all business is done.
our business for today is done.
Okay. Well, I thought it would be kind of fun, just something for us to think about, to get a class picture of our committee. And what I thought would be really fun is if we got half the people dressed up in Tyvek because we're doing the environment, and the other half in overalls with pitchforks because we're doing agriculture as well. And so I'm just going to throw it out there because I think it'd be kind of cool, something you'd put on your mantelpiece and look at over the years. I thought we have a really good group here. We worked well together. I thought we could do something fun.
Yeah.
Every time I've
I
been on a
agree.
committee, I've meant to say it and I have forgotten to do it. I'm so glad that you said that because I want
totally
a
do
picture
it.
for posterity.
Oh my gosh.
Well,
All right, well, listen, I have
probably-
Tyvek and I've got a respirator, so I can be in that group.
Let's just put half of us in a dumpster and then the other half in by the way, I have a gift that we're all gonna give to Madam Chair and I can't wait.
I'm gonna adjourn today's meeting, and I guess we may see each other again, perhaps on the 17th. We'll see each other Thursday.
Maybe we'll see each other in a month or so. Oh yeah, we have session on Thursday.